Hello, hello. Happy Friday, everyone. We're going to do our Craft with Me live tonight. And today we're going to focus on making master boards to cut up and make ephemera. We should end up with plenty of made, fully decorated ephemera by the end of tonight. And this project that I'll be working on can be used for any themed journal. However, I am making ephemera in a very specific, blue and neutral color tone for the 3 journals I'll be making in the month of February. So if you are doing the journal kit with us or the journals that are blue French themed, you'll see what I'm doing for mine tonight. But again, like I said, anything that I'm doing tonight, you can tailor towards any other journal theme that you're doing. So anyway, we're going to do master boards. I know I have done a video on master boards before. I've made master boards live with Craft with Me before. However, tonight we're going to make more. It's a great way to start out a new journal because you end up with a whole bunch of pockets or tags or journal cards or a variety of everything. And it's just a great way to get a jump start on making the ephemera for those journals. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let me answer a couple questions and say my hellos. I'll kind of save the question answers for a little bit later, I guess, so that we can hopefully only answer them one time. Let me scroll through and say some hellos. Hello, hello, Tara. Tara was first person in today. Hello, Tara. Angie Southern, hello and welcome. Amy Wilcox, hello and welcome. Mrs. E is here. Hello, welcome. Kelly, welcome. Faith Ann is here, and Debbie is here, and Ria is here, and Kim is here. Hello, hello. Maria C is here. Deborah, thank you for being here tonight. Misty, thank you. Brenda is here. Hello. And let's see who else. A different Amy. There's 2 Amys. Amy K and Amy W. Hello, hello. Lots and lots of people here. Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, Sandy. Hello, everyone. Goodness. A lot of you guys are here tonight. A lot of you were early. Well, not really early, but I did see like 10 of you, 12 of you, like a good 20 minutes before I started to go live. And so that's always nice to know that people are here and want to craft along tonight. Tonight's very relaxed. It's a Friday night craft with me. There's not really a specific class attached to this, other than we're going to be talking about and doing master boards and ephemera, which, master boards and ephemera pretty much are staples in the junk journal making world. So everything that I'm doing today can be tailored towards whatever project you're working on. All right, but updates for February kit. February kit is sold out at the moment. However, I do take wait list reservations or wait list requests by email. My email address is in the description box below the video. And if you want a February journal kit, it is a blue French beauty kit. I sold the kit and I sell every kit in the live sales. So this is our monthly junk journal kit that I do every month. This kit was released around the middle of the month of January. It was sold in a live sale. It sold out. And now I only have a couple that become available because they didn't get paid for by someone else or something like that. So I know that we're going to have, as soon as we start making the journals in February, I know there's going to be a lot of people who want a kit. I might be able to go back and make more kits. I'm not sure yet. So if you want to get on a wait list, my email address is in the description box and you can send me an email and just put in the title box of your email. That word is escaping me. In the subject box of your email, wait list for kit. And that's the way I'm going to pull them all out of my email. So if you just send me an email, let me know you want one. Like I said, they are sold out, but if one becomes available, I will be offering them to the people who are on the wait list first before I move into just offering it again at a live sale or something like that. So I do a monthly kit. If you don't get this month's kit because you didn't know about it, etc., there is another kit coming out around the middle of February. That kit It has a specific theme, a specific color palette, all of those kinds of things. These are physical kits, if you weren't aware, to build a journal. And so it's got everything to make the journal covers and stuff to do for pages and ephemera and all of that kind of stuff. So the next kit, like I said, if you missed out on this kit, will be the middle of February. I don't release the themes or any of that kind of stuff as a general rule until I offer it. And all of my kits will be sold in the live sales. So you'll have to be present to order it on the day that it is sold. I will give you guys a heads up, but if you know, my sales are every Tuesday, and every Tuesday is when I have a live sale. And if you think about when the Tuesday of the middle of the month is, there will be a kit attached to that live sale. I don't know specifically yet what Tuesday it is. Let me just look. It probably helps if I do give you an exact date. For February, it should be, I might do it the 10th or the 17th. I'm not sure, but the 10th or the 17th of February. February's a little bit shorter of a month. The 10th or the 17th. I would probably gear towards thinking the 17th, but it may be as early as the 10th. So that's with kits. Now, the journal kits are physical kits, meaning you're going to get everything to make the journal. And then if you want to attend the Craft With Me classes that show you the making of the journal from start to finish, those are optional. You don't have to. Some people just buy the kit and then they save the kit for later when they're going on vacation and make it, at a different place. Some people like to do their own thing and they don't like to watch the Craft With Me's because they don't want to be influenced by what I'm doing. They want to do their own thing. So you can buy the kit and not attend the classes. If you want to attend the classes are free. And they're just our Friday night Craft With Me's. However, there's going to be some changes as we work through February if you have been with me for classes before. Some little updates, nothing major. But anyway, the classes are every Friday for the month, whatever kit that is. So for February, it'll be every Friday throughout the month of February. It starts on the 7th and ends on the 28th. So there are 4 classes for the month of February. And we should be able to do the journal from start to finish during those classes and some work off camera. Obviously, if we're live for 4 sessions for 3 hours each, that's 12 hours. It would be pretty hard to build a fully decorated, beautiful journal in 12 hours. So you will have to do some work off camera, but that work is more like you're building the rest of the ephemera. I give you all the ideas and I'll show you what I'm doing. And if you've been following along with the 365 videos, there should be no lack of inspiration for ephemera making there. But, some of the little touches that you might want to add, final touches, things like that, you'll have to do in between the lives. The lives show you the journal construction, from making the cover, from assembling a signature, sewing in a signature, adding your pockets, adding all of the tags and journal cards and things in the pockets, and then a final little decoration, adding lace, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of an overview of the kit process. There will be kit, like I said, new one every month for the entire year. I've been doing them like that for a while. So every month through 2025, there's a new kit and it comes out the middle of the month. It's only sold during the live sales and you do have to be present to buy one. If you know you are not going to be present, a lot of you guys attend my classes and my lives with friends. You're more than welcome to tell your friend to buy you one, etc. We can, kind of do that kind of thing. But I don't hold the kits because then it seems like I'm holding kits and giving people a preference. There is a process coming in the near future. It might be able to be announced mid-February as far as kits go and reservations and all of that kind of stuff. But as you guys know, I am very, very, there's only one of me and there's a whole lot of things going on right now. And plus my daughter's getting married, my son is sick, etc. So I'm doing the best I can to keep up with y'all. And I appreciate all of the support. Making the 365 videos has been so much fun and I really have enjoyed doing that. I'm still doing it. We have I filmed through like 34, I think. So there's still 331 more ideas for me to film. And they're just short 15-minute videos where we tackle one little topic, like a journal card made with X, Y, and Z, or a mixed media project, or how to make a journal. A journal decorative panel, I don't know, journal topper, there you go. All different kinds of things. So the kits vary in cost every month. It depends on what's in the kit. My kits are usually heavily vintage, with vintage supplies, limited supplies, stuff like that. It's not like I'm just ordering a paper pad and saying this is the one. So the kit costs do vary. And again, I release all of the information about the kit when the kit is sold. So if you were interested at all in a kit, the best thing to do is just to pay attention to live sales. You can ask me in the beginning of a live sale if there is a kit that time. And then if there's not a kit and that's all you were there for, I will let you know, and then you can, choose to watch or not watch. It's not like I'm trying to hold them hostage, but I do only do kits through live sales. The other thing I want to talk to you guys about is Etsy and live sales are two completely different things. Whatever happens in Etsy is Etsy business. Whatever happens in live sales is live sale business. And I just have to stress that again, even if you shopped at a live sale and you shopped on the Etsy store, please refrain from cross mingling your correspondence. Live sale business has to be handled through email, direct email to me only. You cannot ask me a question about a live sale thing through Etsy. The reason being is because Etsy is its own business. They have their own fees, they have their own rules. It puts me in a very uncomfortable position with Etsy if I am selling off Etsy, therefore not paying Etsy's fees. Also, Etsy has different shipping time frames. Etsy has different shipping fees and different fee structures, different options that way, different time frames for having to ship things. So just please keep the two separate. Also, I cannot track down when you're emailing me or messaging me through Etsy about a live sale thing or sending me your shipping address in Etsy. It doesn't get connected because I keep all of those two businesses separate. So if we could just try to remember, Etsy is its own animal, and whatever happens over there happens, and whatever happens in live sale happens through email. So hopefully that kind of clears up some questions with we can't combine at the moment. I try to sometimes if I'm able to, but more than often, like right now, it is impossible because there isn't a tracking system to track who places an order where and what the shipping deadlines are for Etsy and what the shipping is happening here. So it's just a whole lot of things to keep track of, and there isn't a good way at the moment. I will work on that for the future so that we can have more crossover and all of that kind of stuff. I see a question about when does the post office pick up? The post office picks up whenever the post office feels like picking up. I can schedule a pickup every single day. When you schedule a pickup with the post office, they are not obligated to come and pick it up. It is a courtesy, and if your mail carrier has time or energy or feels like it that day, then they will. If you research what I'm saying online, it will specifically tell you that this is a service that is offered as a courtesy. It is not required for your mail carrier to actually come and pick up your packages if you request a pickup. That being said, I do pickups often. However, when I do a live sale and a live sale ends Tuesday night, you have several days on into Monday, Tuesday of the next week before I invoice you. And whenever you get your invoice, it is then 4, 5, 6, 7 days past the time you ordered it. So when you get that invoice in your email, it's due right then because you've already had a week, whatever, to pay that, to plan for paying that, to whatever you need to do there. So when the invoice comes, it's due. I always, every single time, have a pickup or take the packages to the post office the next day after I invoice. If you do not get your invoice, like you got it in your email, but you didn't open it up and you didn't look at it, if you do not pay your invoice the first day that you get your invoice, then your package will sit here because you will miss the next day's shipping cycle. Your package will sit here until there is another shipping cycle. If you want your packages to get to you as fast as they can, I would suggest that you look for that invoice in your email. You know that I'm invoicing Monday, Tuesday range at the current time. So a whole week after basically the live sale ended. Look for your invoice. If you don't see an invoice, don't stress. It more than likely just means I'm running behind or it's taking extra time, etc. But if you do see your invoice and you choose not to pay it, then just know that it will sit, your package will sit here, can be a week longer until the next time I ship. And that just means your package goes out as soon as it can, but I can only schedule a pickup when I'm physically going to be here to release the packages to the mailman. And when I do schedule the pickup, he's not obligated to come. However, he can come anytime up until 9 p.m. at night. So if you schedule a pickup and you sit home all day and wait for him to get here till 9 and he doesn't come, then you can try scheduling a pickup the next day, or you can take the packages to the post office. But for you guys, it's like hundreds of pounds of packages. So it is better if they pick them up. I do the best that I can, but the best advice I can give you is when you get that invoice, pay that invoice, because every time that I invoice on that big invoicing schedule for Monday, Tuesday, where everybody gets invoiced, there's always a pickup, or I take them the next day, because those people who pay, they need their packages shipped. But if you get off of that cycle, then it will sit here until the next time. Everyone gets a tracking number when they get an invoice, unless there is a purchase that is less than $25 and it is a small thing. Those items are held because I don't ship less than 25 until I talk to you and communicate, because less than $25, say you bought a newspaper for $6. That newspaper for $6 will also cost you $6 to ship. I don't think, for me as a person, like if I was shopping, I wouldn't want to buy a $6 newspaper and then have to pay $6 shipping. So it makes sense to hold those little small inexpensive items until they can be combined with something else to make your shipping money worth your while, right? A shipping, like if you're shipping $100 worth of purchases and it costs $9, that's way better than shipping $6 for $6. So smaller things that are less than $25 are held. If it is a larger item and it is still less than 25, I will normally ship it because I don't have space to store it. The only things I can store are little flat things, and they get stored in a very specific system that allows me to keep track of small things. So small things you may not get a tracking number for. The best, if you got a shipping charge on your invoice, then you have a tracking number in your email. You are never, ever, under any circumstance, billed a shipping charge without having a tracking number sent to your email. Your email might be in the spam folder. You may not have noticed that that was what your tracking number was. Your tracking number is sent within seconds of your invoice, either a few seconds before or a few seconds after. And I will do my best to look for people's tracking numbers for them, but I can tell you the best thing to do is to keep track of your tracking numbers in your email. And if it has been 2 weeks, then maybe we'll be able to track and figure out what's going on. But most of the time it's there and people don't see it, or it's in a spam folder or something like that. There are invoices coming out. So most of you received an invoice from, let me pull up the date. Most of you received an invoice from the 14th, no, the 21st. Most of you received an invoice from the 21st. There are a few of you who did not receive an invoice from the 21st because you had purchased a smaller amount of items. And I also was selling on the 28th. Yes, the 28th. So for those people who didn't receive an invoice on the 21st, I will combine your invoices if you had anything from this week's Tuesday. And I did that because I'm already behind. And if I was to give you an invoice for the 21st, you would have a shipping charge attached to that invoice, and then you would turn around and have another shipping charge attached to the 28th. Every time you are invoiced, there's a package built, unless it is less than $25, and then it stays here. So in order to do both weeks for those couple people that were left over, I just combined them. That way you were not being hit with 2 shipping charges. Sandy, thank you so much for the suggestion. I've been doing this quite a long time, and it does not matter what format I put out the content in. People join at all different times. They hear what part of what I'm saying they hear. Everyone has a different level of understanding the words coming out of my mouth. And honestly, it doesn't matter which way I put out the information. People always have questions. And so this is how we deal with it, is we just answer the questions right when they're live like this. It's not normally so much of a big deal, except for we have a whole lot of new people who they're new, they don't understand how it works. Maybe they're not used to attending live sales. Maybe they're not used to doing kits and craft with me classes and all that kind of stuff. So I put out the information, and it's in the description boxes. I mean, it is out there, but it doesn't stop me from getting a million questions that I then answer. And I feel like it's just best to answer them. I mean, it's not face to face, but at least, you can see me answer the questions rather than having that whole, I asked a question, but I have to answer it 100 times in email, etc. The information, everything you ever need to know is out there. There's a video on my channel for rules. There's information in every description box of every video that tells you how to do live sale stuff, what the process is, where you get your tracking numbers, all of that kind of stuff is out there. And it's just, I could say it 100 times. It wouldn't matter. There would still be people who ask. So we do it. Anyway, I think we've got through all of that. So if you do not have an invoice for the 21st, hang tight. It is coming in the next few days. I will be invoicing tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday of next week. For Tuesday of next week, there will be a live sale. It will be a smaller live sale because I do have a lot of other projects going that week. You guys will see some of them. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is it doesn't matter how I put the information out there. Nobody watches, nobody listens, whatever. And it's not like nobody does, but no matter what you do, you constantly have to repeat yourself. So that's what it is. Your condolences? Okay. Well, thank you for that. Okay, so does anybody else have a question before I actually get to our craft with me today? I don't like having to start craft with me that way either, but I don't know how else to do it to where, I can answer like 100 questions all at the same time. Okay, take a deep breath. It is a lot. It really is. So we're going to have fun tonight. We're going to craft. We're going to enjoy ourselves. It's a great start to the weekend. We're all going to get that crafting mojo flowing and make ahead some ephemera for our journals. Those that are doing the class or the journal, the Blue Beauty journal, you will get a jump start on your ephemera making. And if you've ever made journals before, which most of you guys have made journals before, but there are also a lot of new people here who have not made a journal yet. The journal making process is really fun, and different people, have different favorite parts of it, but generally the ephemera making process is the process that takes the longest, because depending on your style, if you're making a bunch of pockets, you also have to make a bunch of things to fill those pockets. So that's kind of why I like to, when we have time like this, where we have a craft with me that doesn't have a specific subject attached to it, we can get that jump start on making that ephemera. So we're going to do masterboards. I will flip the camera down and show you guys what I'm going to use on my masterboard. And then you guys can pull out supplies and craft along with me. And then I didn't put the Facebook group in the chat box. I will put it in there. I guess let me do that now because there is a Facebook group and you guys are welcome to go and join the Facebook group if you guys are interested in doing that. The Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers, and basically that's a clickable link there, so you guys should be able to click it. The Junk Journal Makers Facebook group, it's my Facebook group. It is open to everyone who is interested in making junk journals, or currently making junk journals. And everyone is eligible to post what they make into the Facebook group. Meaning, if you make a tag, take a picture and post it in the Facebook group and just say, hey, look at this tag I made. Or, hey, I found this new glue and I love it. Well, post it in there. Whatever it is that is junk journal related is approved to post into the group. There are certain things, there are rules to the Facebook group, just like there's rules to every other part of life. But there are certain things that, we don't really want there, specifically like things that don't have to do with junk journaling. But Junk Journal Makers is the group. It's posted in there. Watching as you cook. That's awesome. Thanks for joining. All right. So it's a lot. I think you guys can tell it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. There is a lot of good inspiration in the group. And there's a lot, like I said, it's not just me posting in the group. Basically, I almost never post in the group because I don't have time. But that's also going to change. The 1st of February, I will begin posting the daily makes from the 365 videos into the Facebook group. And usually during the 365 videos, because they're only 15 or 20 minutes long, I only make 1, 2, 5, whatever it is. But generally, I make a lot more than that. And then I just, you guys don't see those makes because it is a shorter format video. So I will begin posting all of the makes with close-ups or more detailed information beginning the 1st of February, which is tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will get to see a little bit more, a close-up, a clearer picture, etc., of the things that happen every day for the 365. And we'll see how that goes. The reason why I wasn't posting in my own Facebook group, and I realize that this sounds stupid, but I wasn't posting every day in my own Facebook group because I didn't want people to think that the Facebook group was only for me and I'm just in there posting, that kind of a thing. But I think that it would be good to post the makes in there because not everybody who is in the Facebook group is even aware that I have a YouTube channel. So I think basically they would also get to see the makes, and maybe they didn't have time to watch the video, or maybe they don't watch YouTube videos, so they would also get to see them. So I will begin posting the makes over there too, as well as on Instagram. I don't have very much patience as of right now, but I shouldn't say that. Some days are just longer than others, and sometimes I'm very excited that it is Friday. However, that usually just means 2 days of uninterrupted work to do live sale stuff on Saturday and Sunday. But anyway, sometimes it's just good to like have the rest of your life closed, because Monday through Friday, like all the doctor's office, etc., whatever, business is going on Monday through Friday, but Saturday and Sunday it's quieter and I don't have appointments and nobody else has appointments, and it's just like I can get in here and get a lot of work done. So that's what's happening Saturday and Sunday. When you start overthinking it, you make masterboards. Masterboards are relaxing for me. They're fun, and I really like the fact that it makes a whole bunch of ephemera kind of like all at once. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to flip the camera down. We're going to get started. I didn't see any other questions, so I'm going to move on from there. Okay, let's do it. Hello. Hello, hello. Ray, hello. from Ohio. Awesome. Okay, so masterboards. How many of you have made a masterboard? I know a lot of you have. How many of you actually have made a masterboard? Before, or maybe I should ask a different way, but I'm going to ask for that way for now. How many of you have made a masterboard? I see lots of people saying yes, they have made a masterboard. Cool. Very good. Never. Okay, so it seems like there's a few people who haven't. I mean, I don't know how many. So let me just ask it again now. Who has never ever made a masterboard? And is there anyone who does not know what a masterboard is? Anybody who's never ever in their life made a masterboard? I mean, I realize that's probably not the majority of you, but I thought I would ask. Do not know what it is. Okay. So some people don't know what it is. That's okay. It's something that really has, it's a term that, so the technique, whatever, you're going to be familiar with, but the term has really only been common for about a year, maybe 2 years. So a masterboard is where you take some type of larger sheet of paper. There's no specific size. It can be a regular 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, but a good size piece of paper, cardstock, junk mail, whatever it is, magazine page that you have decided to then collage smaller elements on. And so the term masterboard is really just creating something that's larger that you're then going to cut up into smaller elements. And that's why they call it a masterboard, because from one large thing, you can make many smaller things. That's basically a very simplified term of it. The way that a lot of people do masterboards is they'll repurpose junk mail. It's a great way of repurposing junk mail. Like if you get, those like little booklets that sometimes you're sent in the mail, and they're about the size of a magazine, but they have nice, thick, strong paper. A lot of people will repurpose those and just collage over the entire surface of all of the pages. And that's their masterboard, and they can keep them in that magazine and just have page after page of them. There's all kinds of different ways of making a masterboard. And if you're interested in other ways of making a masterboard, there's many other people on YouTube that will show you how to make a masterboard. The way that I make a masterboard is a little bit different than the way I've seen other people make them. And it's just because this is my favorite way. This is a way that I feel like is faster and easier than more complicated ways I've seen out there. So I'm going to show you guys my way of doing it, but by no means does that mean it's the only way. Masterboards in general, like I'm just going to show you what I'm going to do, and this might help you get out supplies too. I use 12 by 12 sheets of cardstock that I've coffee dyed. You don't have to use a 12 by 12. You don't have to use coffee dyed cardstock. You could use any size cardstock. You could use any size sheet of paper or anything. The only thing that I would say is a masterboard should be built on something that's durable. If you're going to want to cut this up into journal cards and tags and pockets, it should be something that's fairly thick and strong. You don't want anything too thick, but you don't want something that's text weight paper either. So this is about, I don't know, maybe this might be like an 80 or a 90 pound cardstock. It's not very thick, but it is strong enough, right? And the reason why that I do it on coffee dyed, so first of all, the reason why I do a 12 by 12 is because 12 by 12 sheets of white cardstock are fairly inexpensive. I get these ones at Hobby Lobby. So you can just buy a pack of 100 sheets of white cardstock. And then, like I said, you don't have to coffee dye it, but if you do coffee dye it, it saves you a whole lot of time in the end of having to back your tags with coffee dyed paper, because when you build them on coffee dyed paper, they're already coffee dyed on the back, right? Journal cards and tags. So anyway, I do it on a 12 by 12 sheet of cardstock. But like I said, you could use junk mail. You can make them on smaller pieces, but when you make it on a smaller piece, you then have to use smaller pieces of paper to collage on there, and it gets to be complicated looking, right? So a 12 by 12 cuts up really evenly into a bunch of tags and journal cards. That's another reason. But basically, a masterboard is a base and then a whole bunch of pieces of scrap material, scrap paper. It doesn't have to be scraps. You can take, a sheet of some digital that you like, and cut it up into small pieces, which is where we're going to start today. But I like to pull out my scrap pile, and this isn't all scraps, but it's a lot of scraps. So I like to pull out my scraps, and I do like to work in however many scraps I can get in. But I will also cut up and tear up book pages and things like that. So what you're going to want for the project, some kind of base. You're going to want a glue stick. I use the Oohoo Magic glue stick. Whatever you use, just make sure it is strong and permanent. It has to be permanent, or else your pieces of paper will peel back up off of this, and you'll be kind of sad that you took all the time to do it and it didn't work. So use a very strong permanent glue. If you want to use a wet glue and you're experienced with it, then go right ahead. If you use a wet glue, I will just caution you that the process is a little bit messier. Your paper get really, really wet, and it's not my preferred method, but you do you. If that's what you're comfortable with, or that's all you have, then give that a try. I would suggest, if you are going to use a wet glue, maybe you use a paintbrush and apply it very, very thinly, just so that your surface doesn't get too wet. If it gets too wet, it's going to crumble, crinkle, all those kind of things, right? So a glue stick is my favorite way. So that's an option, right? Base, glue stick, scrap pieces, and let me flip through this scrap pile so you can see what is in here. So every time I build a masterboard, I put in some handwriting, some antique handwriting if you have it, digitals of handwriting. I put in some type of ledger. I put in some type of rag paper book page. I put in some type, there's more rag paper book page. You don't have to have rag paper. You can use regular book page. You could use digital. Here's a couple scraps of some ledger. Music paper. Any type of music paper is always good in a masterboard. So you're going to want a whole bunch of different kinds of things. And you can see the size of mine are about like a 2 by 2, 2 by 3, something in that larger size range. If you make your pieces too small, you're going to have to collage a whole lot more pieces, and it's going to look way too busy in the end. A larger size piece like this is about a 2 by 3, maybe 2 by 2.5. A larger size piece like this is good. Even a little bit larger is good. Even a little bit smaller will be okay. But if you go too small, like postage stamp, it's a different look, and you might like it. I don't. It might always get too busy when I go too small. So anyway, a whole bunch of music. There's more ledger. There's more book page. And then I generally, handwriting, whatever, I usually add some kind of decorative, like patterned paper, something with color and pattern, but I like things that are smaller patterned, that have smaller florals, or like a wallpaper print or something like that. You can see I've got a bunch of Florentine paper back here somewhere, Right here's a bunch of Florentine paper, digital scraps, anything with color and pattern that match your theme. And some days you don't have a theme. And if you don't have a theme and you're just making this for fun, then just pull out pieces that coordinate together and assemble them together so that you have a nice, appealing color palette, right? So you can do it without a theme and just make them ahead of time. But make sure that whatever you choose to glue down on your board goes together. If it doesn't go together when you're looking at it as pieces, as small pieces, it's not going to go together when you've glued it down to a master board in general, right? So use things that you like and that go together. So the first thing I'm going to do, you're going to want your stuff that you're going to collage down, master board base and your glue stick. But the first thing I usually do is I find myself some more book page. I just tear them out of, this one is not my favorite for this project. I need to grab another one. This book I like, but it is not my favorite for master boards. Let me see what this book is. This book is better. So I'm going to grab some rag paper out of here. I like rag paper on a master board. It's old. It has texture to it. It just adds a whole lot of like interesting age right from the beginning. So there's that. And then I think there is quite a bit of music in here. And the only other thing I think I want for today's master board is something that is more colored in the theme that I want to work in. So I'm going to build these master boards for my blue journal, my blue journals. So I'm going to want things that are blue in tone. It doesn't all have to be blue in tone, but I definitely want to stick with things that I can decorate in the end that will look nice. So the first part of building a master board is gathering your supplies. And the second part is cutting up your pieces. And I may have to like go in the other room and grab something to work with. But for now, let's play with these. It's two different colors of blue. I think I'm going to go with that one. I think I'm going to go with that one. So anyway, you're going to cut up your pieces. I have a bunch of scraps over here, so I'm just going to cut up these. And I don't like all of the white edge around my book page. It's not really white, but you get this open space. I don't mind a little bit up here at the top, but all this off to the side I usually trim. Because when you're building the masterboard, if you have that great big open space, you're just going to have a blank spot on your masterboard. So trim around your pieces to where you have a nice section of, text or decoration or whatever. And then you can see I'm just cutting them into that like 2x3 size. A little bigger is fine too. I'm going to put that in the trash. And then for this one, same thing. Now you can cut them, you can tear them. If you like a rough edge all the way around your pieces, you can certainly do the tearing method. That's fine. I don't cut all of my pieces to the same size, but I do keep them all in rectangles or squares. But again, there's different people that make these and they like a rough edge or a torn edge. That's totally fine too. I probably won't need all those, but I will cut them up anyway. I do try to cut straight, but I'm not overly stressed about it because with the collage method, you don't have to have everything straight. So let's work with those. I might add in some kind of other neutral patterned one. Let's do it. For those of you that have the desire to build the blue journal kit with us for February, I am working on a digital kit for it. I can show you some little bits and pieces of it. It is not finished, but if you want a digital kit that will go with the theme, the style, there will be one. and I will do it on Tuesday. So hopefully I have it done by then. But I will be using bits and pieces that I've been working on and pulling together for that kit. This is bits and pieces. So these are bits and pieces of the blue digital kit that I'm in the process of working on. It is not completed. A lot of raw elements that will then get put into something else. So this is kind of the basis for a lot of it. And then from here, I will make the actual digital kit. So there's some wallpapers, there's some invoices, those kinds of things. And then there's fussy cuts, there's ephemera, there's journal cards, window envelope things, labels, and there's your fussy cuts. So there is a kit in progress for that journal. I hope to do a digital kit for every monthly one. It just depends on if I can get them done or not. I see a question about Tyvek envelopes. Let me look and see what was being said about Tyvek envelopes. So what are you using the USPS Tyvek envelopes for, Sandy? 11 by 17 envelopes will work, but you won't want to leave them as an envelope. When you cut them open, I mean, you can try it, but you don't need something that is 2 layers. It really works best when there is only 1 layer for the base, because you're going to cut this up into tags and journal cards and pockets. Now for pockets, it might be advantageous to have it be 2 layers, but that would definitely, it would be open on both sides. The back at some point when you cut up your ephemera will fall off. So I really wouldn't use an envelope for it unless you're just using the front or maybe gluing down. But how would you glue down the whole entire inside of an envelope to glue pieces together? In my opinion, it will work better if you're going to use an envelope just to like use 2 pieces of paper and stick them together, because the envelope is going to fall apart as you cut it. So what are we using the Tyvek envelopes for? You will be able to get the digital kit in a variety of ways, Ria. I'll talk about it on Tuesday when it's done. Thank you, Susan Elliott. That's kind of the point I'm wondering about. So you cannot get the free envelopes from the post office and use them for anything else other than mailing packages. You cannot get free shipping supplies from the USPS and use them for anything else other than shipping packages. You can buy brand new Tyvek envelopes on Amazon that are not USPS envelopes. And lots of people do use them to strengthen spines. I will use them on occasion if I am trying to keep an original spine in a book, but other than that, I do not use Tyvek for spines. I use a variety of different programs, Amy. Sandy, it's cited right when you go to order the supplies. You have to click I read the terms and conditions where it states that it is illegal, and you have to click the box saying you agree that the shipping supplies will only be used for sending packages. Because when you do, you or anyone else get the supplies from the post office, they're not just free. We all pay for those supplies when we buy postage. And when you take the supplies that are meant for shipping packages and you use them for just craft things, it is theft. And so there are people who get in trouble from the US government and from the post office specifically. They consider it mail fraud to order them with fraudulent intent to use them in a way that is not as agreed. So I'm not the police on it, and I'm not trying to be the police. I'm just trying to tell you all, don't buy shipping supplies or get them for free and then not use them for the purpose you said you were going to use them for. Amazon sells tieback envelopes. They're not very expensive. Right. You can buy it in a lot of different things. Claudia, there is instructions, and we talk about that in the beginning of this video. I do discuss invoicing at the beginning of this video. All right, back to what we're doing. So, master boards, and I'm trying not to get sidetracked with all of that. Okay, you just need one. I have several here so that I can make several. It's kind of a bee in my bonnet, honestly, because I spend so much money, many thousands of dollars in shipping. And the reason why the price keeps going up and up and up and up, and that the supply selection that I get to choose from is less and less, is because of all of the abuse. They used to offer priority mail tape in rolls, and that was great for all of us people who shipped things all the time. You got free tape to use as long as you were sending the packages priority mail. Well, what happened? Everyone decided, oh, well, I can get free moving box tape from the government and, just use it to tape up my moving boxes. And then sure enough, shortly thereafter, they stopped offering us free tape. Now I use my own tape that I pay for to tape up my priority mail boxes. It's not a huge deal, but it is every single step of the way more expensive for people who are using the supplies the right way. And then the people who are abusing it and committing fraud cost me more money, but they also cost all of you more money because postage stamps go up. And so I know a lot of people don't know, and it is an honest mistake. They read it somewhere, they heard about it somewhere, TikTok, whatever. And it's just misinformation, and they don't understand how it works. But when you order the supplies, it pops up a box, and you have to click the box saying that you're going to use them for the right thing. And so because I don't like to have to pay extra and nobody else likes to have to pay extra, that's why, it's kind of like a bee in my bonnet. Anyway, we're moving on. We're going to have a great start this time. We're going to do collaging. So I've chosen papers that they're neutral, because my journal kit for February is neutrals. So all different shades of creams and tans and whites, and basically antique vintage colored things, coffee dyed colored things, whatever. And then a shade of French blue, and the French blue shade comes from these envelopes, these letters. So anything that is kind of in this blue family, it can be darker, it can be lighter, it doesn't really matter, but blue and neutrals. So that's where I'm starting with my pieces. Getting off on a whole thing here. So I've got those here's some music. So now is the point where, I like to gather what I'm going to use in a one pile. I'm not going to put Florentine. I might, I don't know, probably not, but I'll pull it. It's in that color theme. Here's a bunch of handwriting. Here's some ledger page. There's more handwriting. So I'm just going to quickly pull out some things that will go with my theme. Here's some lovely French blue letter that has blue handwriting. Here's music page. Different little bits of blue ledger. All of this is great. It's all in that neutral color family. There's my music papers. So all of that will work. And if I get to use up some of these scraps, that just will make me happy, because I'll have less scraps in this pile. I do use my scraps. I know a lot of people, eventually they purge their scraps and they're just done looking at them. They want new scraps or whatever, but I try to use up all of mine. There are many projects that we can do with even the smallest little scrap. So there's that. For now, I'm going to move this off to the side. I have no fingernails right now. That one's a good one. And here's a piece of that blue letter. Here's another couple good pieces. Okay, so this is what I have. I'm going to pull this one out because it just doesn't, while it will make a beautiful one, and I will make one with this, I'm not going to do it in this one. This one is very neutral and blue. Okay. Hi, Denise. Thanks for joining. There's no late. Plus, you probably missed a whole lot of things that you probably want to miss. All right, next thing I'm going to do, the way that I make my masterboard is I glue up my masterboard. So here's my 12 by 12. Let me get it all the way on camera as much as it will go. I cut up my masterboard like visually, not with scissors. I divide up, that's a better word. Divide up my masterboard into quadrants, into 4 corners, right? One here, 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 and here. And I glue them one at a time. And I glue the whole masterboard. I'm going to just glue on this today. Do I have a thing in here? I thought I did. Oh, I do. Okay, never mind. I have a glue paper in here. So I'm going to glue a quarter, 1/4 of my masterboard. Doesn't have to be exact. Just get some glue on 1/2 or 1/4 or whatever you want to work on. And the way that I do it, this way, doing it in quadrants, I think helps. You don't get overwhelmed. I think it just goes faster like this. So step 1, get all of your pieces cut, piled together. Step 2, glue 1/4 of your masterboard. Step 3, start putting down pieces. I like to put them in the corner first and work out from the corner. The glue stick will allow you to slide around your pieces and move them wherever they need to go. I'm trying to put them on straight. And let's do some music paper. I'm gonna do it. Where am I gonna do it? I'm gonna do it right here. So it doesn't matter where you stick it down, just stick it down basically. What else do we have in here? I don't want these people in here. I have a whole bunch of people in here. Those will be for later when we decorate. So we've got handwriting, we've got ledger, we've got music. Let's do some book page. I've got some German book page that might look nice there. I've got that white border on it though. That doesn't thrill me. So let's do this one. But if I want to trim off the white border later, it will be very hard once it's glued down. So I'm just going to do it right now. And right here where I have to overlap, I'm going to add glue where I overlap pieces because I don't want them to have to like come up later and use another glue later on. It's better just to add the glue now. So there was some book page. Let's add some more book page, maybe something a little more interesting, like this one here, or more blue. This would look nice there. So I'm going to go over this one just a little bit so that my piece sticks. There we go. Didn't quite get enough here, and I'm ready to glue that next quadrant anyway. So there we go. And now I'm going to glue this whole corner here and just move around your board like that, where you glue up 1/4 of your board at a time. Fill your pieces in from the corner out, as long as your eye works that way. And, fill up a board. And in no time at all, you will have a completely done masterboard, and it's going to be beautiful. You're going to love cutting it up for ephemera. We will do the whole process today where we actually make the ephemera, decorate it, all that kind of stuff. By the end of the day, we should end up with a lot of made ephemera. That's the goal. So there was some antique French letter. I've got this that is kind of a different kind of wallpaper. And it needs glued right here because it's going to overlap. And notice that I don't have everything lined up. There's no straight lines going this way. It's kind of, I don't know, not lined up. It's, I guess, the best way to say it. I'm at a loss for my words. This is what happens when I film a bunch of videos and then do a live. I lose my words because it's like you've used them all up for the day and apparently there is a limit of them or something. I don't know. But I feel like after I filmed a bunch of videos, it's harder to do a live. This one isn't quite on there straight, so I'm going to move it. There we go. So then I'm going to flip it this way, and I've got this little section here that needs filled in. We need to get some blue color over there. Let's add, I'm going to keep this one over here. I don't like the two different blues on top of each other, so I just need a little bit more room there. I'm going to do it this way. And now I've got weird little strips. Anytime you end up with weird little strips, music paper is usually the answer. Not always, but a lot of the time. I have other little weird strips. I know that there was a strip of music paper in here. I don't know where, but we'll do some book page right here. This will work and it'll cover quite a bit. So I'm going to cover up a little thing. Don't worry about covering stuff up. When you stress too much about covering what you're covering up, you miss out on the beautiful, happy accidents that come from just natural things laying on top of each other. Like, you know, you're making this masterboard and you're like, oh, I really like this flower right here. I don't want to cover it up. If it needs to be covered to complete your masterboard, I promise you the end result will be worth it. Don't stress about covering things up. And then you'll notice that I'm not going to put any type of embellishments on my masterboard before I cut it up. That is important. When you put on your embellishments before you cut up your masterboard, you end up with half of a bird, half of a person's face, something like that, that generally isn't all that appealing to look at. So my advice would be not to decorate your masterboard until your pieces are cut into journal cards and tags and pockets. You can use fabric pieces. Yes, there is fabric masterboards, and there's actually a video on that coming very soon. Somebody, well, I think it's Mondays. Somebody filmed it earlier today. We did a whole fabric masterboard. I didn't want to do it live like this because I've noticed when I do one thing live and then I do something very similar, although slightly different, not live, people don't like to watch it. They're like, oh, it's the same thing. I always do different things. I don't duplicate. But you know, people have less time to. I think I'm going to do that there. Oops. So yes, you can use fabric. The only thing with fabric is you're going to have to find a glue that is going to hold your fabric down on your masterboard. Now I have used Uhu, that's what I used, but then I sewed around all of my pieces anyway because they were just fabric with glue stick. I sew around them. So if you like the fabric look, give that a try. But masterboards that we're using today are just going to be cut up for ephemera. And so all this extra glue, Uhu dries perfectly clear, and you will have no problem with it when you're done. Because this also is not the final layer, so that helps. I would like a little bit more of that blue ledger. I have some other pieces that are in that tone. I think we'll do that one there. And so notice I'm covering up my ledger right here. You know, it's sad that I have to cover up ledger, but it's okay. In the end, your piece looks beautiful. Don't stress about covering them up. When you add your glue, make sure that you glue every little bit of it. Don't leave any open little spots and think, oh, you got it good enough. Your glue has to be over everything. It has to cover every little bit of your masterboard. If you leave any open spots, it creates air bubbles in your masterboard, and then your little papers won't want to stick down. So there's that one. We're almost done. We just have this spot right here. I've got this nice piece of text right here, so I'm going to put that there. Then I've got a little bit of handwriting that can go right here. Make sure I've got that glued down. Notice I have pieces hanging off the edge. I have pieces overhanging. I do that deliberately around the edge. I think that it makes sure that all the pieces will fit on here. It makes sure that I cut off the back and get it all the way to the edge. It's really hard to line things up with the glue stick perfectly and get it to the edge. So I would rather overhang and cut off later than have not gotten it all the way over to the edge. And B, it allows all of my pieces to stick fully down. Because it's hard to get glue right up there to the edge either. I try, but it doesn't always happen. So use your pieces, overhang them. I need something else with pattern right here. I think it's going to have to be this. I'm going to trim that down just a little bit though. And that's going to go right there. And then we're down to our final piece on this one. And then we will cut this one up. Maybe I'll make one more and then we'll cut. I do like to give them a little bit of time to dry in between. And so I've got this big piece of, I am going to do it right there. Why not? This big piece of very old rag paper dictionary. And so you just want to make sure, like I said, overlapping, that you've got enough glue that every little bit of that overlapped piece is glued. Because if it's not, when you cut it up later, it's just going to fall off or create a mess or whatever. So I've just wiped that glue off. That's the first one. I'm going to trim off the excess. I've got dried glue back there. I'm going to trim off the excess right now, and then I'm going to let this one dry, and then we will make another one, and we'll do the next one a little bit different. Let me look at comments a little bit. The monitor for live is off to the side. We're just focusing on blue right now because of the journal kit for this month. It's Blue Beauty. I generally do not craft with this much blue either. However, a lot of the lovely French antiques do come in this blue. A lot of French things come in blue, but so normally I'm more of a, I do like neutrals. I do gravitate towards neutrals, but I usually add in a little bit of pink or, something pretty, soft colors. If I'm doing a boho journal, I will use brighter colors. But in general, I am neutrals plus a little tiny pop of color. So there's the first one. Set it to the side. Let that one dry, and then we will cut it up. All of this is going to go in the bin. And we will begin another one. For the next one, I'm not going to use any of the same blue papers that I had used before. I will do the next one differently. I don't want everything to look the same. So I'm just going to quickly pull out what I can find of these and move them because I don't want to use the same ones. I might use those again, but I definitely don't want these blue ones a second time. And it's because everything will start looking the same, and then I'll go to make tags or something and I'll have like all one color tone of things. Now this was backed with a different one, so I can use it that way. That will be fine. So no blue papers this time that we used before. So there's that. I am going to grab some blue ledger though. Let me grab a sheet of that. There's some blue ledger, but I also want to grab one of the French documents. So this is a pile of those French blue, these are handwritten letters, documents, account statements, whatever. There's random other things in here. I just recently pulled these out of a pile of papers. Let me just find something that is the right kind of, I don't know, paper to collage with, I guess. And I'll pull out some of these originals and craft with some of them too. These are nice little half-size letters in here. There's quite a few of them. That's also a really beautiful one. I need to scan some of this before I use the originals. But I did get a nice little pile of blue stuff. You put that up there. Okay. So we have these. See, this one is too nice to use the original. I'm going to have to scan it first. And this is not one of those folded letters. It's just a document. So I'm going to save that and I'll scan it. Maybe I'll put it in the kit. I'm not sure. I have a bunch of them. But this one, it already was torn here. I could use this one. It's from 1868. I don't know what it is about or says, but it's beautiful. I could use that. It kind of goes with this blue a little bit better than this one. So maybe we'll go with this one. Nobody cry. It was already coming apart anyway, so I'm just going to help it along the process. And if you use antique documents to make a masterboard, you can scan your masterboard as long as everything is, you know, out of copyright that's on your masterboard. Once you've done your masterboard, you can scan it and then turn that into a digital. As long as, and I will say it again, everything that you use on your masterboard is out of copyright. So my digitals are not out of copyright. Other people's digitals are not out of copyright, but antique documents are out of copyright and you can use them on a masterboard and then scan it and then sell the masterboard scans, right? Okay, so we need another base. Here's another 12 by 12. You can tear it if you want to. I prefer a straight edge. And it's because after I'm done making my ephemera, you will not be able to tell the difference between a torn edge or a straight edge. And a straight edge is just easier and faster. And this method of making masterboards is all about speed and getting it done. We focus more and take more time decorating and finishing because when you spend all this time on this first step, this is the base layer, this is the background layer. You're not going to really get a big bang for your buck on that background layer. The whole process about this is just getting that background one done first so you can move on to the fun part of decorating and all that kind of stuff. I am at the end of this glue stick. So I'm going to try to get as much out of there as I can. I might have to use it one more time, but I'm trying to finish that one off. And I know it hurt your soul. I'm sorry. So I just need to figure out what looks good together with it. Maybe we'll do that. I kind of like this too. I'm not opposed to any of it. Let's just use it. Let's just use it. I will go all the way over there with it though. A nice big piece. Okay, there's our first piece. Then from there, I want some music paper. And that little torn bit right there, that's fine. It's getting glued down with glue stick. I'm not going to stress about little torn pieces. So little torn pieces are fine. Here's a little piece of ledger. So I'm just butting them up against each other. I'm not overlapping at this point. I'm just going around. And then some handwriting. This one is going to be very antique. Now this piece here has a bit too much white for my liking. There's no writing over there. I'm going to take it off, but I do need to add a little more glue over here. I'm trying to get every bit out of this glue stick. Being very frugal with it today. Okay, there's that. We need book page. Here's a nice, beautiful piece of antique dictionary. It's probably from the 1700s. It might be earlier than that. There's that. And now we need to glue down here. But if you have all of your pieces ready to go, seriously, it's fast. It's fun. You can do it while carrying on a conversation or watching your favorite TV show or whatever it is that you like to do. Anybody have any questions I missed on anything? Sorry if I did. It is hard to look at the monitor and look at what you're doing. Anybody have any questions that I missed? The only reason why I do use originals is because I have enough originals to use. When I didn't have very many French things, if you guys can believe there was a time where I didn't have very many French things, I scanned things and used scanned copies of things. I didn't always have enough French things to use. And now when I use French things that are originals, I'm mostly using things that are already damaged or something like that. I do share the better quality things with you guys, in the live sales and stuff like that. Let's get some more ledger. There's a gigantic piece of ledger. I really want to use some other kind of pattern paper in here. I think we are going to use this one. And I'm just going to move it over. I'm going to leave myself a space there. Generally, I would have started in the corner, but I'm going to leave myself a space there. All right. Then I've got music. And then from music, I've got ledger. The ledger can go here. And don't worry about whether your writing is all one way, up, down. It's better if your writing and text go all different ways. It creates a much better look. Here's a different kind of ledger. This one would look good right here. And because I know I want it there, I can just glue it and stick it there. I kind of went over my little, I'm just going to stick it right there. Over my quadrant, but that's because I know that that wants to go there. Okay, moving on. We've got another piece of blue needs to go somewhere over in this area. We'll get it there in a minute. Let's see what we have. I'm running out of book page. I don't have a whole lot of book page this time. Book page goes there. I was waiting for the right piece to jump out at me. And I re-glued only because it had been a minute. So I'm in Arizona. The weather's pretty dry here. It's very cold, but it's pretty dry here. How's your guys' weather where you are? And let me say on that note too, when you guys are in chat, I know a lot of you ask where people are or mention where you are. And I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm not saying it like that. I am going to say though, this is a live stream. And so it goes on YouTube for forever. And there are a lot of different people, entities, whatever, that watch YouTube streams. And sometimes you guys have YouTube accounts that have your actual real first and last name. And when you guys are in chat, whether it be my live stream or anybody else's live stream, any of that personal information that you guys type in there, that's available for eternity for everyone to see. And so when you're telling people where you are, where you live, you're basically telling them your first name, your last name, what city and state you live in. And sometimes you guys get into like, really personal conversations and stuff where you guys are sharing a lot of information. And again, I'm not trying to say you can't do it because it bothers me. I'm just trying to say use your best judgment and understand that while we are here and we are friends and we are doing this, Not everybody that watches YouTube videos watches for the same reasons that we do. Like we're here for junk journaling and crafting and whatever. But just be careful with your information when you're out there, because there are bad people looking for identities to steal every day. So kind of be aware of that when you're typing in information. I know a lot of you guys are careful, but I do see in the last couple of streams, there were people that were like, and they're talking to their friend, right? Their friend, somebody that they meet here and that, they believe is their friend. They're not worried about their identity being stolen from a crafting thing on YouTube, but it does happen. And so just be aware, And sometimes even in the Facebook group, you see really sensitive information get posted, and sometimes I have to like delete it or whatever, because it's too much information for someone to know about someone else, right? Like birthdays and things like that. That's why I say to like private message me them, so that that information isn't out there. It's just, there's a whole lot of things that we all have to think about, and nobody likes this. Nobody likes to live this way. We all wish it wasn't the case, but yet it is what it is. I'm going to get a piece of music here. I'm just saying. And it's not just here, I see it everywhere. So anyway, I was asking about the weather, but I just wanted to say, you can say, oh, it's, I have 4 feet of snow here without giving your personal information. All right, we have one corner left plus this little section. This one was a little more challenging for me, and I think it's because I didn't give myself enough fun pieces to use. So the next one I'm going to use Florentine paper on. Florentine paper, I know you guys have asked for it, and I will bring it, but it is a process to bring. It's not something that is just a quick little, pack and done kind of a thing. I have this piece, but I don't want to lose this signature right here. There's this piece. I'm going to use this one right here. And we'll have some cutoff. So I've just got this little section here. I didn't get a whole lot of pattern in on this one. That one can go there. I need a little bit underneath. Okay. Just these little bits down here at the bottom. That little bit of music can go there. I got an overhang here. I lost a little bit of my music paper. I'm just going to piece it back in there, because generally I'm going to cover this up with ephemera anyway. Stay. There we go. Maybe. Needs more glue. Come on. I'm just trying to do a little surgery here. Kind of. I think I'll cover that up. And then we have this little piece, too small, to the bottom now. I need little bits. Will this one go here? But there's music right there. So I am trying to keep things away from each other so that it's not just like same, same, same all the time. I'm going to use a little corner of this. One little spot. Didn't get a whole lot of ledger in this one either. Well, let's use ledger then. Let's use ledger right there. Isn't it sad that we all have to be worried about all of that all the time? We can't just be, having fun. Yes, the public domain images. My own images and public domain are basically all I do use. I know there are other people that use the same public domain images. And So, you know, when you're looking on Etsy at kits and stuff, when you see somebody that has the same thing in their thing, it's because we're all pretty much getting the images from the same locations, the same public domain locations. And I think it's really fun to see what everybody does with the same images because I'll see them, you know, I'll download them, whatever, and I'll save them into a folder. And then, you know, maybe someday I'll be looking at something and I'll be like, oh, I know that image. I have the image, but they use it in a completely different way, or they mix it in with other colors that I would have never thought to mix it in with. And so I think it's really fun that we all get to share those images and we all get to preserve those images digitally for forever. And I'm sure that those artists who created those original images would have never imagined what we would be doing with them today. All right, so there are some pieces in this pile that are my cutoffs that I will save. This little bit, a couple little pieces here or there that can be saved and used for later clusters or whatever. I am going to save that blue piece of French paper. I've been saving pieces as I go. Okay, so that was number 2. And I see an area right here that did not get enough glue on it. And when you have an area like this where you've already made your masterboard and it didn't get stuck down, the best thing to do is to stick art glitter on it now. You can try your glue stick again, but I know I already did it right there. And so if it didn't stick the first time, chances are it's not going to stick the second time. And so you just go through and glue down anything that was sticking up. This one is fine. Let me check this guy over here. I see right here on the corner. And this is because I peeled this one back up. And so if you have anything that didn't stick the first time, use your art glitter, because glue stick, if it didn't do it the first time, probably wouldn't do it the second either. There's that. So there's those 2. Now let's do one. Sorry for jiggling the camera. Let's do one out of Florentine for our pattern. This one's going to be a little brighter, a little bolder. Rain, damp. We did get a little bit of rain, like sprinkles, but it was a day or 2 ago. I do need to refresh my pile before I attempt to make this. I know that I need some more rag paper. So let's use this book. I think this is a different book than we just used. Let's use that. I need to refresh this pile, make this pile a little more fun and appealing. Before I do, I'm going to cut off the white parts of this one. You can save the white parts and stamp on them, especially if they're rag paper. They make great hinges when you're adding things into a journal. Like this would make an amazing hinge because it's out of rag paper and rag paper is strong. I just have a million of them because I used to save all of them. And now I've gotten to the point where I just cannot save every single one of them. So I don't anymore. But, you know, if you only have one rag paper book, you'd want to save bits of it. Okay, so there's that. I don't know if we'll use this or not, so I'm not going to cut it up yet, but it is here for me to cut up. And then this one, I am going to use these more bolder Florentine papers. I'm not going to mix in ones that have other color other than blue, like I could, but I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. I think I will not, but I'm going to pull it just in case. And so I'm going on a hunt for more things to put in my masterboard. You can see these were cut off of masterboard. They can go in the trash now. And I need some more blue Florentine paper. Here's a little bit extras to refresh my pile. I'm getting them out of my scrap pile. That's where all these pieces are coming from, out of my scrap pile. Scraps. That's a scrap. That's a scrap. And then those misprinted digitals. Or I print some extra digitals because I'm testing out whether or not the colors that I've chose for digitals are right or something like that. So sometimes I have a bunch of what I call misprints, but there's really nothing wrong with them. I mean, occasionally there's like the printer head got jammed or whatever, but those are actually really good to use for master boards. I'm not finding much Florentine. Here's a little piece of that one. Florentine paper is in short supply in this pile. A little bit, a little bit. This is also Florentine. And this is Florentine. And these. I would also use gold if I had gold. But I don't have gold. So that's what I have in here for Florentine paper. It's not a whole lot. I could go in the other room and get some. And I might. I mean, there's probably enough here to do it. Let's just do it. That way you don't have to sit here while I go get some Florentine paper. Okay. I saw your post, Mrs. Z. Yep. Somebody was trying to scam you there. When they send those codes to you, I watched a video. I don't know if it was like Dateline or what it was, but I watched a thing on the TV, and this woman had, I think she banked with like Chase Bank or something. I don't know. She banked with her normal bank, and she had her whole life savings in a bank account, and it was like $170,000 or something. It was a lot of money. She had her whole life savings in her bank account. She owned a bakery. She was getting ready to retire, or she had just retired or something and moved. And she got some kind of text message or something saying that it was her bank and that they were trying to verify her identity or something, and that they were going to verify her identity through that code. You know, that code that your bank sends you, um, like if you ever have to reset your password or something like that. And they were saying to her that they needed her to read them back the code to verify her identity. So she was getting the code from her bank that was her actual code that the actual authentic bank was sending her, but this person that she was communicating through um, through some kind of app or text message or I don't know what, was a bad person. And that bad person kept telling her, okay, well, give me the code. Okay, well, what was the 5 numbers of the code or whatever. So long story short, the woman did nothing wrong other than get deceived that this person she was speaking to was an actual representative of her bank, and she gave them the code, and she gave them the code numbers and numbers of times because her bank was trying to protect her. And every time this bad person would transfer out like the limit of money that they were allowed to transfer out, her bank sent her another code and said, well, you know, this is unusual behavior for you. Like, we want to verify it's really you. So we sent you this code. And then the person on the phone would once again, I think it was phone call or something, would once again tell her to read the code to her. And she did it because she thought she was talking to her bank. And what ended up happening was the bad person stole every single penny from this lady, 170 or whatever $1,000. It was a huge amount of money, her whole entire life savings. The lady is no longer retired because she had to go back to work because they took all of her money. And her bank, and I believe it was Chase, but I could be wrong, so like, don't hold me to that, but they told her, because you gave the code that says do not share this code with anyone, because you gave it to someone, we will not reimburse you for the fraud. So the woman actually lost her whole entire life savings to these bad people. And so when they give you that code, just like Mrs. Z just said, that code is for you only. Do not share that code with anyone. And if you are doing something and you're not sure if it's accurate or whatever, first of all, if someone contacted you, 9 times out of 10, it's a fraud thing. If you reach out to your bank, you're more secure than if somebody contacts you, right? Well, you know, it's sad that that lady lost her whole entire life savings. And her bank won't cover her because she gave them the code. And the bank's like, well, we sent you the code over and over again to verify it was really you because we knew this wasn't your normal pattern of behavior. And the poor woman didn't know, she thinks she's talking to her bank. So I can see both sides of it. But long story short, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Oh my gosh. I've backed myself into a corner with this one over here too. Let's see what we have. I just have handwriting there. This is good. This piece will work. I need to cut it a little straighter, but it will work. I've only had like that kind of identity theft happen once, but once is enough. In this day and age, I think it happens to everybody at some point. I don't know what the statistic is. They did, which is why they required a code over and over and over again. The bank was definitely trying to protect her. The bad thing is she believed she was dealing with someone from the bank. So I can see both sides of it, but if it was my money, I'm sure I would not feel very happy about it. Obviously, I would be very upset. I tore that on the fold line and it is crooked. So this needs to go somewhere where I can get this crooked side hanging off, like right here. I'm just going to do it since we know that's where we want it. Am I scaring all of you? Probably. Just don't give anyone the code that your bank sends you, and you'll be fine. And keep all of your money secure and your credit cards locked. Those are my only pieces of advice. Oh my gosh. So what else can we chat about that's happier than all of that? Let's put this blue piece here. Let's do it. My brother had his knee replaced yesterday. It's awesome. He'll be in a lot less pain now. So that's good. Ledger would be good right here. They both have large numbers on them. I'm going to cut off this grunginess. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm going to stick it right there. I think it's amazing the things they can do with knee surgery now. Like no downtime, like just walk right afterwards. That's pretty good. Like I'm sure it's uncomfortable, but that's pretty good. I guess they have a lot of advancements in that kind of surgery. There's a little hole right here that needs a piece, and when I find it, I'll stick it there. But for now, I'm moving on. My dad's had his hip and his knee. My brother just had his knee. We don't have good joints in this family. Oh my gosh, so excited. The wedding dress fitting went very well. Very good. Everything's going great there. This one needs to hang off the edge too. I'm going to hang it off over here. Very excited. For those of you that don't know, my daughter will get married next month. She's 29. She's very excited to begin that chapter of their life. I think I am going to hang this here. Maybe it will not fit. Nope, it won't fit. It's going here now. And I don't want to cover that up, so I'm going to go here. Okay, we've got this piece. I don't want a bunch of Florentine, but I do kind of like it right there. So I'm going to do it. I'm getting excited too, though. If I'm being honest, I'm getting excited too. The sad thing is they will be moving further away from me. Not like out of state, but they will be moving further away from me. Let's see. Ledger or handwriting? Here's some ledger and here's some handwriting. Let's take this one this way. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do use a filter on the stream for the live streams. And I feel like it's just important to be honest about that. But, you know, whatever makes me feel more comfortable, I guess. That's what we're doing. I've got this really nice aged piece, and that would look good right here. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this little bit right here that isn't glued, and we'll continue to work on it. And this will be the last one that I will build, and then we will cut them all. When I cut them, I like to cut them upside down so that we get a surprise. It's just a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of fun that way. And it prevents your brain from trying to stress, because naturally your brain will try to align things. Every brain works this way, where if you cut up a masterboard, it will see things and it will try to align it. And so that you don't have to fight with that part of your brain, just flip your masterboard over and cut it up. I'm going to try to slide this up. Didn't quite get it, but just cut it upside down and you'll see me do that. This is the only bit of this paper we have left, so let's use it kind of sparingly. It's a little crooked there. I don't mind a little crooked, but sometimes it's a little too crooked for me. That will go there. I do have a little piece here, so I have a couple little holes to fill in at the end. I know that I can fill this one in right now, so I'm going to do it. A little dictionary right there would be good. I don't know. There is kind of text right there, so there's text there too, though. Let's add some different color of music paper right here. So just varying your colors between white and cream will help visually too. So there's that one covered. And then this other little piece, it's a lot of music paper though. This other little piece can go somewhere. Maybe it can go right here or right here. I'm going to do it down here. I had a little bit more limited selection than I normally have when I build these, and it did take a little extra time, a little extra finagling to get all of these pieces where I wanted them. I'm going to see if this will fit right here, and it will, and that's good. Don't have to waste any of it. Perfect. Here's a nice piece of ledger. That can go right here. Sorry, right in front of your face. Yes, I do like to cut them face down. I mean, I don't always, but when I'm on camera with you guys, more than likely, and honestly, more than likely in real life, I do too. It's just, I don't know. I think it's easier on my brain to not have to stress about, oh, but if I cut here, I'll be losing this piece or that piece or whatever, you know? I think this one's going to go right here. So I'm going to go all the way over all of that. I don't want that giant glue chunk. No thank you to that one. There's still glue under there. Okay. And then we have this section here, this one. So we have 3 here and 1 there. We're almost there. This little guy can go here now. Ugh, it's getting super globby. Okay, almost there, almost there. I mean, I could come in and do it here, but not going to. Here's a little bit of this, and that would have been lovely on here. This is precious, though. This is precious. We'll have to save that one. What else is in this pile that we haven't seen because it's down here in the bottom? You notice I didn't do the colored one, the bright colored one. No, I did not. I left those out. What about this? It's a different color of music. I am going to do it right there. Not all of it, but some of it. So I did get some smaller pieces over here. That's okay. I needed to fill in my jigsaw puzzle. And now all we have is right over here. And you saw I just used art glitter and stabbed myself in the finger. I have the hardest time getting the little pin back in because I don't know. I need real readers and not just Costco cheapy readers. I am going to do that there. Or am I going to do it here? I'm going to do it here. There was a little bit of open space there and my brain was just not liking that open space. I just use Costco readers and they're just probably not good enough. Like the power isn't strong enough, or maybe I need actual glasses. We've been fighting with that for about a year now, so it is time to take care of it. I really would like a nice piece of ledger. What do we have? I mean, that would work, but I would prefer something else. It's going to be this. Now we're done. We did it. We did 3 masterboards. It did take us a little bit of time. And then I'm just going to flip it over, cut all these little extra bits off so you guys can see how much I overhung things. And generally, if it was cut really crooked, I tried to put it on the edge like this so that I could cut off the crooked part over here. And I'm just putting my scissors right next to the card and trimming. I'm not cutting into the card. You can kind of use the cardstock, if you used cardstock as your base, as a guide, and just press your scissors up against it and trim around. And then when we're done with all of our ephemera, that's when you would ink if you were going to ink. Because we still have to cut this piece up. So I don't put any decoration on the top of it until after I cut my ephemera. Because I need to know if it's a journal card or what direction it's going to go in. And if you put like a butterfly, a bird, whatever, and then cut it up, you're going to end up with pieces. Like a butterfly with no wing or something like that. So there's that. Let me set it to the side. I have a little bit here. It didn't get trimmed. Okay, I actually like the one that we used Florentine paper on. That wasn't bad. Building shelves in your daughter's craft room. Oh, you're going to love the Uhu. You're going to love it. So much better than the Elmer's. The Elmer's is just honestly not sticky enough. It's washable. It doesn't hold down good enough, in my opinion. It might hold for the moment, but if you're making journals to sell journals, you need to use, and some people will disagree with me, but You need to use the very best supplies if you're planning on selling your journals, because other people will get these journals. They will have paid a, decent amount of money for them, and they're not going to want something that's going to fall apart, or pieces aren't going to stay glued down or whatever. So if you're planning on making and selling, spend the money on good quality materials, because other people are going to be paying you for those items, and you need to use like specifically glues. Glues are really, really important. And a lot of people, they use what they have, which might be Elmer's or whatever. But over years, Elmer's glue stick will come up. Most glue sticks will come up. The only one that hasn't came up for me is Oohoo. I used to use Scotch Create, and that's Create Permanent, and it came up like crazy. I made masterboards, and I used to just keep whole masterboards like this until I was needing them, and then I would cut them up. And every single one of them that I made with Scotch Create, all of the pieces started peeling up. Like you could just take your finger and just flick it off of the masterboard. And it was Scotch Create Permanent. And Scotch Create is not like, it's not a cheap glue. So I really didn't expect it from that. So these are our masterboards. Love that one. It's beautiful. It's neutral, blues and grays, like the gray blue French things. Love that. This one I'm not so in love with. It's okay. It's just lots of different blues, but I think when we cut it up, I will like it better. And this is the one that we just did with the Florentine paper. There's that. Oh yes, the size too. So when you buy the Magic Blue, there are different size sticks. Some of them are the size of a chapstick, and some of them are this size, and they may or may not have a bigger one. This is the 1.41 ounce. And it's probably, I don't know, an inch and a quarter, inch and a half. I don't know. It's quite wide, so you can cover your surface very quickly with it. So for now, we're done with our glue stick. We're going to cut. I usually link them in my Amazon's favorite list for people who are looking for them. And I always link the size that I use, because it is deceiving, especially when you're shopping on Amazon. You'll see the smaller one and it looks just like mine on the front, but it's a chapstick size, or a little bit larger than a chapstick, but still not as big. And it's just, you're going to take a lot more time to cover things, really. It's the same glue inside, though. Okay, so I'm going to cut it with the tonic trimmer. I'm going to start with the first one we made, the one that I like the least, and I'm going to cut it. And so I said I was going to cut it upside down. I'm literally just going to flip it over, and I'm going to, oh, we have some things under our mat. Those were things from a video, and they were under my mat to like flatten out. And I'm like, well, why won't the cutter sit on the mat? And all the time I was making the masterboards, I was struggling with the bump. The bump was because there was ephemera under there. Okay. Anyway, cutting up the masterboard. If you used a 12 by 12, you can cut into 3 or 4 inch sections to play with, and it works out pretty good. We're going to use the entire masterboard. We will be leaving nothing left over. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a 5-inch section. I did not look at it. We're just going to line it up and cut a 5-inch section. And so that one I'm going to set over there. Well, let me just finish with it. So the 5-inch section is going to be pockets, and I'm going to do 5 by 3.5. I know we will leave a little section at the end, but that's okay. So 5 by 3.5. 5 inches is the widest pocket. 5 or 5.5 inches, the widest. Basically 5 inches is the widest of a pocket I make for a journal page. If I'm folding an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper in half to make a journal page, that only gives me 5.5 inches from edge to edge. And I don't want my pocket to go edge to edge, because your journal will not work right if you do that. you need to leave yourself a little bit of room. So a 5-inch pocket on a 5.5-inch page is pretty much perfect. You can do smaller than that, but I wouldn't suggest doing larger than that. So I did 5 by 3.5, and that leaves me this little section here. And what I'm going to do with it is I'm going to do 2.5-inch tags. No, I'm going to do a 5 by 3 journal card, a 5 by 3 journal card, and a skinny tag. So right now I have 2 that I'm planning on using as pockets, but they could, see this right here, this is because it's not all the way dry. My glue is still wet and my cutter needs to be clean. It's just fuzz that rubs off. It's just this tonic cutter. This is the way it does whenever things are not dry. So it's fine. It's not like actually tearing my paper or anything. But anyway, I've got 2 journal cards or pockets. I cut them as pockets, but we'll see. A journal card or a skinnier pocket and a tag. We'll look at them all at the end. Then I have a 7-inch piece left. It's 7 inches on this side. So from there, I'm going to make some bigger tags that are 7 inches by, I could do 3, I could do 3.5. I'm going to do 3. 7 by 3 is a big tag. So there's a tag. Okay. Then I'm going to do 7 by 3.5 for another big tag. Okay. And then this way, what do I have left? I have 7 by, I don't know, about a 7 by 7, roughly. I'm going to cut this into 2 journaling cards. So I made a lot of larger pieces out of this one. I didn't make very many small pieces. Let's move this and see what we got from this one. Or do you guys want to look at all of them at the end? I don't know. Let's look at them as we go, because it won't have enough space on the table to show you them anyway. This is our skinny little tag. He doesn't have much on him, but he's the perfect blank canvas. A skinny little tag. This one, little journal card. It needs decoration, obviously. It's okay. This one could have been a pocket too. And it might be better as a pocket. This guy, he can be a pocket. He can be a journal card. But I like them much better cut up than I liked the whole masterboard. There's this guy. I don't know which way he's going to go yet. But he's a pocket, a journal card, whatever. Here's one of our large tags. I think it goes this way. But a nice large tag. I can see a very beautiful Victorian lady going on there. Another journal card / pocket. A journal card / pocket. I'll probably put it this way. And then another very large tag, which I think it goes this way. My brain just sees it and it just says it goes that way. So we have 2 large tags, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 journal cards / pockets, and 1 skinny tag. That was a lot from one masterboard. So then what I do is I stack them all together, and I will continue to cut, and I'll get a gigantic stack of ephemera. And then if you notice, these things are still kind of curly. They need to be flattened out. So after I cut them all, I put them all in a pile like this, and I wrap them with rubber bands because there's a big fat stack of them. And this rubber bands kind of hold things together and squish it flat. It's better than sticking a giant pile of books on it or whatever because it is so thick. So anyway, we're going to keep cutting. This one I love, probably my favorite. Okay. Oops, we're not looking at this one. I'm going to do this same thing where I start off with a 5. I just like that. It gives me some pockets, and you guys know that I always need a million pockets, but I also need a lot of tags. So actually, let's make 6-inch tags out of this whole entire board. I just feel like we should. Should we not? Is it too many the same tags? Probably. Okay, back to 5 inches. 5 inches for some pockets / journaling cards. Not a big deal. And then from the 5, I'm going to do 3.5 again. That's my favorite size pocket, is like 5 by 3.5 or 5 by 3. And then here on this one, I am just going to cut this in half for some skinnier tags. So I have 2 tags and 2 pockets. Okay. And then from here, I'm going to get my same 2 large tags out of it. I do like the 3.5 inch size, so I'm going to do that. Nice large tag. Nice large tag. And then these ones here, they're 5 inches, and I'm going to do by 3 inches. Lied. 3.25. And that gave me 2. And this one can be a pocket because it's 3.5 by 3.25. Okay, let's look at those. We've got journaling card or pocket. I love this one. It's got little bits of everything. Journaling card or pocket. These are my skinny tags. I got that whole piece of blue paper on there with little bits all the way around. Skinny tag. This is my large tag. Beautiful neutrals. Large tag. And see, we just happen to not get any blue on these. And they're totally fine because now I can add blue ephemera. And 2, this is a pocket or a journal card. Probably a pocket, and this is a journal card. So out of that one, I got 2 really big tags. And I got 3 pockets. Maybe 4 pockets or journaling cards and 2 smaller tags. So we got a lot, and we've got 1 more masterboard, and then we're going to decorate. This is the other masterboard. If you just search Oohoo, I'm pretty sure you can buy it lots and lots of places. I think this one I am going to do the same. However, I will not maybe make giant tags. I don't know. This is 5 inches. And then let's do the 3.5 for my pocket and get some Florentine pockets out of it. And I'll do 3 of them, 1 for each journal. And that's going to leave me a very skinny little strip over here. And that's a perfect little tiny tag for tucking in somewhere. So those are great. Love that. I'm peeking. Okay. And then tags. You've got this much to play with for tags. I don't really feel like I need that many more giant tags. So I'm going to cut this section in half at 6 inches. And then from here, I'm going to do 3.5. So a little bit shorter of a tag. So there's 2 shorter tags. They're still pretty wide, but they're shorter. And then let's do the same for this one. So that was 6 by 3.5 for this tag. Okay. Oohoo can be kind of an expensive glue stick, and Amazon's prices go up and down. I have bought them for 12 of them at $22 before on Amazon, which is a pretty good price for that size of glue stick. However, sometimes it's like $37. So on Amazon, everything on Amazon goes up and down in price all the time. It just does. So my suggestion to you would be put the Oohoo in your cart. And if it is more than, say, $28 and you can wait on it, put it in your cart and leave it there and wait on it. And over time, you'll see that probably at some point it will go down. And then that's when you buy it. If you care about the dollars or $2 or whatever, which, if you don't need it right that minute, then you can put it in your cart and wait and see. So there's that one. It's beautiful. That's a tag. There's this one, which is also a tag. Sorry, beautiful. Really love this Florentine paper, and many of you will remember that Florentine paper. It's with the mustard yellow and that light blue with that French blue color. I know a lot of you have that paper. Then there's this one. I'll probably do it like this. And then there's this one. Here's more of that same paper. That mustard yellow with the light blue. Very pretty. Here's our skinny little tag / bookmark. Here's a journal card / pocket. A journal card / pocket. And a journal card / pocket. I love them. I'm so glad I did do some with Florentine. So out of 3 masterboards, we have a gigantic stack of ephemera to play with and decorate. And I know that there is unfinished ephemera from another masterboard that I created on a video for the 365 series. So I know we have quite a bit of bases for ephemera. Let's go ahead and decorate some and get some done. I save items in my cart too, and then periodically, like, it'll automatically move them to your saved list. And so I have a big saved list too. And then I started making myself like kind of like the lists, but more of like the registry kind of lists, not where I, put them for other people to buy, but I make myself separate little lists. Like for the home, I have a list where I put like laundry soap or whatever in the home section. Then I have a section that's for junk journals, and I have a section, I put all my glues or whatever it is I'm looking for in there. And then, like, if I'm buying something like earrings or whatever, I have a me section, or I have like one for my son or one for my daughter or whatever. And so I kind of keep some of my stuff saved that way too. But this is our array of ephemera. This is kind of the color palettes we stayed in today. Very neutral with that little pop of blue. There's a little bit more blue in some of those ones, but very neutral and in that beautiful French blue color. So there's that. And they're pretty flat now that we've cut them and I've handled them. They're pretty flat. So let's go ahead and do some fussy cutting, because I know that I'm going to need some elements. And unfortunately, I just did these like 20 minutes before I went live. So we're going to have to fussy cut them. I do have some other things fussy cut, but yeah, the dinkle is cute with a little skinny tag. So I will make sure that these are available in the kit or in another way to you guys. But for today, they are not. I am apologizing for that in advance. I don't like using things that you guys do not have instant access to, but they're public domain images. I will tell you that much. And so I will do them in the kit, and I will do the kit, release it on Tuesday. And this will be a printed, for people who do not have a printer, kit, as well as a digital download kit. So you can choose if you want both, because some people love my printer and they love my paper and they just want the ease of having it done for them. And other people have a printer and they do not need me to do it, and they only need the digital. So it will be available both ways. I'm going to cut out his little antenna, but honestly, they're very, very fine, and you probably should just cut them off, because these little tiny strips of paper, they just don't like to stay glued down. I'm not going to have a bunch of digitals on Tuesday, but I will have this one available for you guys. And I know that with shipping, if you're planning on buying the printed one, it's going to be a little bit before it gets to you, so that you're going to be able to use it in the journal for February. Just plan ahead for that. But I will make it available both ways, because some people do not have a printer. And I will do my best to get any future kits that I make. Don't look at my gluey fingers, but I will do my best to do any future kits that I make to go alongside of journals, either with the journal itself or available sooner, so that you guys can have everything all at once. I'm just going to cut out some of these so that we have some elements to play with. I don't know for sure that I want everything to be blue on blue, but I do want to cut out a few of these. I don't have the fussy cut marker in here, so anything that has little feet that need cut around, I may or may not cut that white part out. I do get a lot of journal supplies from Amazon, and that is something that I think most of us have access to. Now, there are some people that don't like to shop with Amazon, and I understand that. But the reason why I do Amazon links is because it is really convenient for everyone who does have an Amazon account to just instantly be able to find exactly what I bought, what I used, etc. They do have an affiliate link. It is like 1% of what people spend. It is really basically nothing. But at the end of the year, I will probably buy like some kind of, you know, maybe it will pay for glue or something like a pack of glue sticks. It won't pay for very much, but whenever the Amazon associate links are there in my video or anybody else's video, just know A, it doesn't cost you anything to use them and to do all of your shopping through their links. It's a way of supporting the creator that you're, using their links through. It doesn't add anything to your cost. Amazon pays the 1% that the person gets. And like I said, it's just another way of lessening the burden of buying crafting supplies for your creators. Again, whether it's me or anyone. Pretty much all video makers use Amazon lists. I don't know if I'm going to cut that out yet. I'm going to leave it and see if I need to cut that out. Let's do some of these flowers. I'm going to have to use that butterfly. He's just too beautiful. Lots of you guys have digitals that I've done for you guys in the past on, the paper and all of that kind of stuff. So you guys know what I'm talking about with the printed version. Not everybody has shopped with me that long and they haven't had the printed versions of digitals yet. And also, I've never released digital versions before Tuesday. They have always been printed only. And so I'm going to be pretty loose with my fussy cutting around all these little tiny hyacinths. I think that's what they're called. I'm not sure. I live in Arizona. We don't have flowers here. That's always my excuse. We don't have flowers here. We have cactuses. Another way of supporting creators, not just myself, but I say this for a lot of people, is just watching their video. Honestly, sometimes you don't have time to watch the whole entire video, but if you are ever in a point where you could just put something on in the background, put on your favorite creator or someone that you just want to, show support to or whatever, and just let their videos run. Maybe you have it muted while you're doing something or you're vacuuming or whatever, and just have their videos run. That does help them, and it helps with YouTube metrics and all different kinds of things. YouTube is kind of hard on crafters because YouTube prefers, those videos that are shocking content that get a million views or whatever. So for crafters, it's a different kind of a thing for us. So just, if you feel inclined to support whoever, your favorite, whatever, and show support to lots of people. I mean, it's cool that if I'm your favorite, whatever, but just show support to lots of people. Spread the love around. There's those. I didn't really get very close with my flowers. That's where the marker would come in handy. I'm going to do these other two right here, and then we're going to start decorating. But sometimes when I'm crafting, I just put on another YouTuber. Sometimes most of the time when I'm packing your guys' orders and doing that kind of thing, I'm playing somebody's videos. And it's just a way of, just letting them be there. And, somebody's getting a watch out of that. And if there's ads in there, then they're, getting a little bit for the ads too, which is better. So that's great. I like to support other people who do videos too. Obviously, I didn't learn how to do this on my own. I can tell I'm holding my scissors a little too tight today. And some days are better than others for fussy cutting for me. Some days I have a little bit too much arthritis and it makes me feel like I have to like hold my scissors too tight. and if I realize it, I'll loosen up and that will make it more comfortable for me. But some days the arthritis is just really bad in my fingers and I have psoriatic arthritis. So sometimes my fingers are just, it's not a good fussy cutting day. I think I'm doing pretty good, but I'm holding them to like white knuckle level there. A little too tight. Thank you for the likes, guys. I do appreciate that. That helps too. And also, like, YouTube doesn't like live videos. They're set up for that kind of a thing, but how their metrics work is they actually ding you for having a live video because they don't count live comments as the same as regular comments on a video. So if you guys think about, when a video comes out in the morning for the 365 series and all of you guys are leaving the comments for it, first of all, thank you. Second of all, YouTube metrics loves the comments that way. But when you do a live video, YouTube metrics says you did not get any comments on that video, even though there were probably several hundred, comments in the live chat. It just doesn't work the same for live videos. And so when I do a live video, it actually brings down my metrics overall because for the 365 videos, because it shows me doing a 3 or a 5 hour video for a lifestyle or whatever with 0 comments. So if you feel inclined to go back in and leave a comment on a live video, you don't have to watch the whole thing. You can just go in and leave a comment. But that kind of helps too because they do ding me for live videos and it's the stupidest thing to me. It's like, why do they care that it was live chat instead of live, like a comment? I don't know. I don't think I will ever understand the actual metrics. See, this one I would like to come in and color with my marker just because you're never going to fussy cut all of that out. But that's a good start. So we have some pieces to play with. I'll give my hands a rest. And for those of you that don't know, people comment on the video sometimes. This is psoriasis. That's what that is. And it's actually a very good day for psoriasis, if you can believe it. That's what my hands look like since I got psoriasis. At some point, I will take the biologic medicine and it will go away. But for now, that's what we have. So we have some focal points. I'm going to need to put some other things on these. It's not going to be where we're just going to slap a basket of flowers on there. We're going to have to do a little more work than that. But let's start finding things that these fussy cuts can go on. And I like them on this. This way looks good. And this would be a nice pocket. We could do like a little postage stamp or something up here. So that's an option for those. I have this big butterfly. I mean, he kind of looks really great with the Florentine paper, but he also gets lost in the background. So he needs something to kind of ground him. He doesn't have to, but I think he needs something behind him so that he doesn't get so lost in the background, or he needs a less busy pocket to be on. So we'll have to play with him. I'm not sure either of those two are my favorite. For the tags, they need very tall things. So for the tags, I'm going to set them to the side, and I know what I'm going to get to put on them. But we'll have to wait for the tags for a moment. We have some more pockets, and I definitely like him with the Florentine paper. I don't like him as much with the antique paper. It's not terrible, but I think he just is more whimsical like that, and he looks better with the Florentine paper. So this would be okay for here for a little pocket. Here might be better. I kind of like that a little better. We'll set that one there. So cut out some little fussy cuts or whatever it is that you have. We'll stick him on a pocket, but I need to find the right pocket for him. I already don't have very many decorative elements to use, so we're going to have to go hunting and find some other things. There's my skinny tags. Yeah, I really just like him with the Florentine. And this little bird, he will need to sit on like a label. So I'll need to have space for a label over here and sit the bird on there. I think we're getting warmer. Like this one would be good for him, I think, with a label coming off this way. I might keep that one for him, but let's keep looking. This is also a good one with the label coming over here. And this one might be the best one, and put a label. Because I like the bird not to just be floating in the air. If he's got a branch or something, I like it to be resting on some type of label, tag, something like that. I think this will be cut into a tag. So I'm going to put it in the tag pile, and then these are tags. So basically, my butterfly is going to have to go on one of these two. And I really just like it on this one. It has a whole lot going on, but I like the way it looks together. So I'm thinking it's going to go on that one. I'll check it here one more time, but I mean, either one is fine. I'm going to put that one on that one. We have this guy here. He's very small. I think he needs to go like with something bigger. So I think we will hold him and put him with something else. Do I need anything else out of here to play with? I have these. I have this tall flower, and I probably could put that on a tag. I also have these. Let me cut out a couple more. I'm sorry, I should have done it ahead of time, but I just made this sheet before I went live. And I wanted a sheet of blue fussy cut. It kind of sucks, doesn't it? I'm just going to say it. It's new for me. Like, I had that rash for a while and I didn't know what the rash was, and turns out it was that. But I also had really bad psoriasis, or psoriatic arthritis, which I didn't know that's what it was. I just knew that my pain had gotten worse. So anyway, I'm new to figuring it out. I'm going to take the biologic, but I need to take it when the weather is warmer. For a variety of other health conditions, I just need to wait for the weather to be warmer. And so that's what I'm going to do there. I'm going to leave that white for right now. The printer did such a nice job on these fussy cuts. I am super happy with it. Like, that leaf looks very realistic to me. This is my new printer, which I am going to keep it a secret for a little bit. There'll be a reason why, and I'll talk to you guys about it, but I will eventually share. But I got a very nice upgrade to some behind the scenes things that, you know, help out with lots of tasks that I had to do. And also they make things for you guys that are much better quality. So when I get to the point of releasing the digitals, all of them that I've done, we'll talk about printers and all that kind of stuff. And I am going to do a video on printers as well, and just some tips that might help you get better prints out of whatever printer that you currently have. I just wondered if I could get this and a butterfly, like maybe not this butterfly, but a butterfly. Anyway, I've got this now. Can it go on anything? It's a very blue, a very distinct blue. I think it has to go with this one. So there's that, but not loving it. I think my bird's going to go on there. So I cut that out for nothing, but I'll use it eventually. Let me try. I don't know what else. Am I going to stick these blue flowers on here? Possibly. This is the last thing I'm cutting out. And then we're gluing and we're decorating. I need to get a move on so we can actually get this done. Okay. And then you guys know that Florilegium book that I have shown you guys in the 365 videos many, many times. Many of you already know about it. But the 365 videos, I do link the stuff I use. And so the Florilegium book has been linked several times. It is a botanical book that has hundreds of botanical illustrations in it. And I'm going to be using that to decorate quite a bit of the ephemera. And so I'm going to grab those little fussy cuts. I did cut some of them out already if I did not use them all. And so I'll use some of those botanicals. And then the other thing that I'm going to be decorating with ephemera with is the French fashion ladies. And there will be some in the digital kit for this journal. And then there will be a separate digital kit that will have just French fashion ladies in it. So those are coming. I know I have said that for a long time, but it's just because I don't have time. I think if I could take like 3 months off, then I could probably get all of my projects done. But unfortunately, the bills have to be paid and I cannot take 3 months off. So eventually I'll get it done. But for now, we're stuck with, this is a weird little flower. It's weird to cut around. For now, we will just have to go slow with digitals. Plus, I have the other digitals done. I am working on a different project with them. And when that project is done, I'll bring the rest of the digitals to you guys. It will all make sense in the end, she says. I promise. There's a reason, and it will all make sense in the end. Okay, so I cut that one out. Let's see if we have, I don't know why that's over there. Let's see if we have some kind of a tag. Like, obviously, I could just stick it on this cute little tag, and that might be what happens. I don't really love it. It's too much blue on blue. See, for some reason, I'm really liking like the crazy, crazy colors together. So I think it could go on these, but it would need a specific label. Okay, we've got fun things to play with. Let's do it. Oh, I can help you, Inga. Definitely. The lines through them are most often clogged inkjet things. But I'm going to make a video and I'll tell you all the tricks and tips and all of that kind of stuff. So I've fussy cut those. Now let's look at doing, I have these labels and I am going to add text in the labels, but for right now, I want one strip of them that is plain. You could stamp on some plain ones or whatever too, but I think I'm going to add some things in here. And I just want some of them. I'm going to see about size before I cut out any more of them. I know it's too small for this one. I could make it work with that one. And I've got blue over there. So maybe only the one. Okay, cool. Well, at least we have it. Moving on. The book is a good book. I use it a lot. So I'm going to look for embellishments now. Move my mouse out of the way so I can get to some other fun things to put on these tags. So, like, this is not one of my butterflies. This is a German scrap butterfly, and it's in a blue color, so we could use it. Here's another German scrap butterfly that's in blue. So I'm looking for blue colored embellishments. Doesn't have to all be blue, but you know, something that I think is going to go with blue would be good. Here's a little ticket. And this little ticket is from something, but this is the actual little blue, it's the same blue ticket. It's the same blue ticket. So all of us use, I think this is Tim Holtz, but all of us use the same like public domain images. That's my point of pulling that out. So we have a blue ticket to play with too. But there is one in the digital, the same exact one. All right, enough messing around. We need to decorate. Here is something that my little bird could sit on, possibly. Let me see what else I can find. Here's a different ticket. It goes the other way though, so not that. So now I'm looking for tickets or things the bird can sit on. I don't love that one. What else can the bird sit on? And if it gets too much, then I just will not use him. Here's a little stamp that could go up there. I honestly needed something that's not blue, but it is escaping me for the moment. You know what this ticket might be good with is maybe this one. And I do like to work on multiple pieces of ephemera at the same time. I think it's just, you know, more efficient to lay them out and try to, as you're digging through your pieces, try to find missing elements as you work, right? So this little ticket wouldn't work over here because it was too much blue, but it could work somewhere else. Not necessarily saying it's going to end up there, but at least it gives me a place for it to sit while I'm looking, right? So here's just a blue label. It's not my favorite. So I'm kind of making these pockets. What about a different shape of one? It's just the too much blue thing happening there. We need something with a little depth of color. Something brown, tan, cream, something like that. I did bring in Tim Holtz ephemera because it does have some of my favorite little blue flowers in it. And I do like to use these. I know some of you do not like all the white around them. I make them work and am happy with the results of them at the end. Let's see what else we have. And I don't want everything blue either. So brown butterflies would be good. Other neutral color things would be good. I'm just trying to avoid pinks and things that are, you know, definitely not neutral in color. I might use a tiny bit of pink. I'm not opposed to a tiny bit. Okay, so there's these. I don't know what else is in here, but this pack is called Botanical. Then we have these little things. The little birdie might just sit on one of those with a postage stamp. It's not my best work, but I think it could work. This is just one of those little things from Amazon, and it just had numbered little bits of ephemera in it. That could work with that. It's what I have at hand. So, and then the other thing I have at hand is this random pack of Tim Holtz ephemera. And I'm going to dig through here quick and see what I can pull out. I need something with a little bit of depth of color. We're very monotone blue, and while I'm going for blue, I don't want only blue. Something in this color range would also be good because it is more neutral. So there's a lot of little things in there. This pack is called Keepsakes. I know you cannot see the whole pack, but it does have some interesting pieces. So I'm looking for something that that bird and that butterfly could go with. Also thinking about those tags that are sitting back there and what I'm going to decorate those with. This, it has a little more color, but it also is in the bluish family. So there's some other color things there. A little blank label. Here's something with some warmth. That might be what I need right here. I think it's getting warmer there. I'm just going through this as quick as I can off camera. I'm sorry, I cannot fit everything on screen right at the moment. I'm going to read chat here. Did I miss anything wonderful happening in chat? Well, I'm glad that you're here enjoying the live. And thank you. This is an interesting piece of ephemera. I don't think I've seen this one before. This is Tim Holtz. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one. Crown diamonds. There's another little piece. Some little tags. Here's this same little bird. Now this little bird is exactly the same as this little bird. So see what I mean about using the public domain images? Like I have it, he has it. Lots of people have it. They're just out there, I guess. Here's a nice piece that might go like on something like that. Can you guys see that? You can't. But there's that. I just pulled this flower out of this pack of ephemera. This is like a darker blue. Here's a little library card. Okay, I think that's good. We've got some fun things to play with. Now let's get these done so we can move on to tags. For this guy here, he's pretty good. I want to ink around him. Don't know what one is. What is this? Michelle, don't know what one is either. Did I say something like that? I have no idea. If you're asking a question to me, let me know. Sorry, that happens when I miss part of chat and then only catch parts of conversations. And I may have said something, I have no idea. I'm going to try to kind of blend some of that in. You have to be super, super careful. I would like my marker from the other room, but I don't have it in here. And I also don't feel like it's worth getting up for one little marker. So I'm going to try to blend some of that in. And I'm just getting rid of some of the white, and I'm being very, very careful because I have recently inked my ink pad. And you know, sometimes you try to just do a little tiny blend and then you get what you get. So that's pretty good. I like that. Let me ink around the rest of these quick because we are going to glue these on there. And I'm not doing a super dark ink. I am just getting the edge. I'm still thinking he's going to have something behind him. And this guy too. I'm just taking some of the white out of the paper. I'm not worried about all of it, but then I think we'll end up using that. We will warm that up. And then I'm going to do a video for the 365 on inking, ink daubing, whatever you want to call it, ink pad maintenance, all of that kind of stuff too. So some videos will be more about like, you know, things we don't often think about when it comes to making junk journals. Like we overlook these things. We get too busy into the making and we overlook, you know, some of the little things that I think make a big difference, but we get too busy and we forget about them. Like maintenance of your ink pad and your blending tool or dauber or whatever you want to call it. A little piece of ephemera hiding there. Okay, let's worry about these cards here. I'm gonna move those ones off. I like the way that this one came together. I'm thinking we're going to stick him on here and we're going to have this stamp up here. I need to make sure when I thumb hole notch that I'm not going to clip my bird off. But I think this one could work. I would prefer if he was perched up there. So I think I'm good with that one. I'm going to glue him down. We'll come back and worry about some of these other ones in a minute. Here, I'll type it in because everyone, it's a hard name, right? Florilegium. And it's not capitalized, but that's what it is. Yep, Deborah got it. It's funny because like it's a different word. It's a different word, but it's a good book. Lots of pretty botanicals in there. I use it a lot. I am probably on my 20th book so far of using every page in it. I don't know why I glued him first because clearly this has to get glued first. But probably on my 20th. I might be actually on more than that because I have taken them apart and used them for kits and whatever. But I love that book. It's different kinds of botanicals. It's not just flowers, right? So many people think, well, it's flowers. It is, but they're very botanical, like illustrated flowers. Not like this kind of flowers. Think about like scientific studies of flowers. More like that. And the illustrations are very old. Okay, so there's that one. Let's just go ahead and do it so we can see what at least one of them looks like. And we did a pocket. So this guy, one pocket down. I have to have 45 pockets in all, right? 12, I have to have 36 pockets. I have to have 36 total pockets for 3 journals. So there's that guy, one down. All right, next up is this guy. I just don't know what else that needs other than like some white paper doily back there behind it. Let me see if I have any of that. Hang on a second. Some paper doily. Wow, there's like lace and fabric and all kinds of things in here. Okay. Well, perhaps I don't. Oh, yes, I do. I usually do. I usually do, but I had to dig for that one. Yes, Mrs. E, paper doilies. I am aware. I am aware. Mrs. E is looking for me to bring back some packs of paper doilies I made at one point. Okay. So after all of that, I probably will not end up using it, but I think I want it. I usually just tear it, so we're going to go with tearing it and see how that works. I think I want this part of it. I don't want to cover up my whole Florentine paper, but I do like the way that the doily looks back there, so I think I'm going to do that. Put that in the decorating pile. Now the question is, I think I want a torn edge down here where I have some showing underneath the potted flowers, but I don't have all this excess white. So for this one, I'm going to kind of make it a little reverse where I thumb hole notch and I ink and then I decorate. And there's a reason for that. It's because visually I need to see exactly where to line this one up. So there's another one. Okay. Now, I'm not going to ink the doily or do anything to the doily. And move the doily down there. Okay, I lied. I am going to ink around just the edge of the doily. And inking the doily flat like this, like holding it in your hand, is kind of fragile. So just careful, gentle. And it's okay if every little bit of it doesn't get inked. Enough of it will look good. Okay, better. At least you can see the edge of it. Now, for gluing the doily down, there's many different methods. My favorite is just to glue the whole card. And I use a lot of glue for my paper doily. I want that thing to stick on there and not come off. So I position it and then I kind of rub over the glue. And you can see there is a lot of glue in there. That's okay. That's totally fine. It's going to dry clear. No one will know. Oohoo dries pretty much matte and clear, and it's great. So I just used art glitter down there at the bottom to catch that. And then any of these little bits, I will flip up and get art glitter back there. Sometimes I will do art glitter around the edge of the doily and then do the glue stick in the center, but I feel like I've got enough glue stick on this one. Again, I overbuild things because I sell the journals and I don't want people to get like something that's going to fall apart later. As a journal maker, like the worst thing is like, you know, you make a journal and something happens and, you know, I don't know what happens, but they tear a pocket when they get it or something like that. And so, you know, like usually you can tell them how to fix the torn pocket, whatever. But sometimes the mail also has issues and some journals might arrive. Like I know one time Gail had gotten a journal and like the mail had just beat the journal to death basically. And I don't know, it got caught in machinery or something happened to it. And so Gail was trying to repair this journal. And I'm like, this person, they probably cried. Like they did all that work and their journal just disintegrated in the mail. Of course, no fault of their own or anything, but I'm just saying things happen, right? And so I just try to overbuild it because you don't know what's going to happen when you ship the journal to somebody. So there's that. But I also think this one needs a postage stamp right there. I'm going to look and see if I have a dark blue. I'm going to have that. I don't hate it, but I don't know that that's the one. I'm not putting a postage stamp on all of them, but I do think a postage stamp is warranted there. And I would love this to work, but unfortunately, I can't get it under my doily now. I suppose I could tear some of this down. So this one's on paper. It's an antique stamp on paper. It has a cancel on it. And so I'm going to use this one. Those doily packs the paper doily packs, they used to be pretty common occurrence. I just haven't had time to sit there and make them. Okay, here's this one. This one's done. I mean, I'm going to trim this off, but it's done. What's for dinner tonight, guys? I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. Literally, this is 8 o'clock. I have not eaten. I will eat when I'm done. I actually really love this one. I think it came out super. You will see the doily more when the blue glue, the blue glue dries behind it. You will see it a little bit more. So I love that one. I think that one came out cute. So far we have these two. Still going. I like this, but I do think it needs a little blue something right here now that I look at it. I don't know where that little blue label was that I cut out, but where did that go? Right here. I don't know. I might leave it, but I think it needs something right here. But I do love this one. I would repeat this one in a heartbeat. I love that. Okay, next, I'm going to work on a tag. We have not done a tag yet. I like it on there. That's too plain. That's too big. I think it's going to go on this one. I don't want it on there. Don't want it on there, and I don't want it on there. I think it's going on this one. As I said. Okay, so we need to find some things to help this tag with, and then we will come back over here to these other pockets. Of course, I could get doily, but I don't feel like we need more doily there. I think we're good. This is all Tim Holtz ephemera. There's a little ticket that might work. I don't think that's what I want, but I keep pulling it. Neither of those. None of that. I do want to use this on one though. And that. There's actually several of those. Okay. Well, I didn't find what I was looking for there. So I like this little mustard colored ticket. I think we'll do something like that. I like it. I don't really want to cover up this Florentine paper right here. I would have liked something like that down there, but it covers up the only little bit of decorative Florentine paper we have. So next thing to do is to cut it into a tag shape, because that's going to help us see what we need to see. Hello, Kendall. I don't know. Again, I live in Arizona. We don't have flowers, so I don't know what it is. We have cactuses here. I think I did ink this already. Anyway, I'm going to cut this into a tag shape. More or less. It's like cutting your bangs, if you ever did that, or your mother ever did that. If you keep cutting, eventually you will not like the result. I am lightly inking this one. Lightly. Okay. And I didn't quite get enough down here. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to like it inked, so I go very, very light. I do know that I want this ticket on here, and this ticket is from Tim Holtz ephemera, and his ephemera has that white cardstock base of it. So pretty much I ink all of them. Let's glue these on. I'm going to use art glitter for this because they're cardstock pieces of ephemera. So popcorn and chicken and fries, or popcorn, chicken, and fries. Ooh, that sounds good. I can go for some snacky food for dinner. Now I have to position this just perfectly. It's art glitter, so I'm really only going to get one shot at it. somewhere around there. And then this. What else was for dinner? Let me scroll up and see. Homemade chili with cornbread. I actually do have things to make chili with. So I guess I could go do that. But it's been a really long day and a really long week. So I don't know if I'm in the mood for cooking when I'm done here. I mean, we're not going to go out or anything, but something simpler, perhaps. Okay. So there's my flour. And I did keep it down in case I want to put the whole reinforcer in there. It's pretty. It was just Tim Holtz ephemera on a masterboard base. Very, very pretty. I like how we can see the 1858 here, or 68. Excuse me, don't want to cover that up. Now I'm going to have hiccups. Okay, next. Moving on. What else was for dinner, guys? With chicken salad sandwiches. Chicken with egg salad. Ooh, yum. Very yum. Chicken soup. Yum. All these chicken tonight. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Chicken. What else was for dinner? What else did I miss? Cereal? I cannot do cereal, but I can do lots of other things. Let's play with this one now. This one needs a piece of ephemera. I don't want to cover up my blue writing, but it does need to go over here. Something needs to go there. I may put it over the top of the flowers this time. I don't know how I feel about that. This piece of ephemera was not cut out, and I didn't do it. I've been trying to find a place for this, but it's not going on there either. It's not terrible, but I think we can do better. There's this, a little bird. We will probably use that little bird here in a moment. It has to be neutral in tone. I think we're going to do that. But I don't have a lot of I think I can make that work. Let's do it. It's not my favorite, but it's okay. I need more ink on this. Sometimes when we're done, when I'm done on Fridays for Craft with Me, we go and have, we pick up nachos from a Mexican restaurant that's close by. And so I might be doing that. I'll ask my son. I'll see if he wants anything. If he wants something, then maybe we'll go do that. Otherwise, we will not be leaving the house. We will be, I don't know, I guess I will have to make chili. He eats vegetarian chili. That's not bad. I'm going to do it. Okay. These are just on paper so they can get glue stick on them. If I did make chili, then I would have to freeze a lot of it and I would have to eat it for multiple days. Yeah, I would. I don't know where this needs to go. Because I plan on seeing the 76 number. Okay. Somewhere in that range, but straight. I don't know if I feel like eating chili right now. It's cold. It's cold and it's been rainy, so that's why I got the stuff to make it, but How did you make your popcorn chicken? Did you make it from scratch? Did you use frozen and use like the air fryer? I'm curious now. Ooh, I got glue on my mat. Yes, I did. So these are cute. I like them. They look nice on that masterboard. Okay, let's cut this one to tag or into pocket shape. It could just be a journal card, but I know I need pockets, so I'm going to make it a pocket. Winter foods, I do too. You know what I really need to make is I need to make a pot roast. I have been craving a pot roast. I just have not had the time to make a pot roast, but maybe perhaps if I get time this weekend, I will make a pot roast. Yeah, it's pretty. I like it. It's simple, very simple. But our master board did all of the work for us on all of these. It's so simple decorations, but the master board's the thing that's doing all the work for us. It's giving us all of that layer and texture without us having to struggle for it. Let's try to use these butterflies on a big tag. Like, I mean, it just calms down that. I kind of like it on there. Let's look at these together and then you guys can vote and then I'll just always go against you because that's usually what happens. It's not deliberate, but it just happens. I really like it on this one. I think this one is out. There's this one. Ooh, I like it on that one too. There's this one, which is all neutral. I really need to save these big ones for ladies though. It looks really good on this one too. It looks good on all of them. And then there's one more neutral one, which I'm trying to cram on screen over here. And this little piece right here is coming off. And I need it there because there is cardstock exposed. And so sometimes when you cut pieces of a masterboard up, you do get little areas where there was just not enough paper to stay stuck down. And so that's when I use the art glitter and just cover it. Now, if I could have torn it off and not had exposed cardstock, my base underneath, I would have just torn it off. A better idea would be to recollage something over that area, but I did not. I just attempted to glue it back down. So there's those ones. And then I know that this is what I was trying to get you guys to be able to see. So it looks really good on there too. But we have these two. Nah. No, and it doesn't look like this is cut straight. It is. So, oh, this piece is crooked. I'm like, why are my eyes telling me it's not straight? And it's because this piece is crooked. That's okay. We will fix it later. But I think for tags, it has to be one of these four. It has to be this one, which I think might be my favorite option for it. This one is also good, but I think I like this one better. I mean, it's good, but and then there's that one. Maybe round the corners. Sometimes. I usually don't round the corners of my tags and journal cards unless it's going in a pocket that I need it rounded. I'm not a big fan of it. I actually had meatloaf last night, which is why I'm probably again not up for the chili or ground beef. Pot roast this weekend. Ooh, yay. I'm very jealous, Susan. If I show up at your door, I know where you live. Let me just say that. I know where you live. I've shipped many packages there. If I show up at your door for pot roast, don't be offended. I'm pretty sure in the time that it would take me to fly there, I could make my own pot roast. Ooh, you made it. Daisy made it today. Awesome. Lots of pot roast happening. Beef stew, Social Mom. That's awesome. It's right up there with pot roast. Frozen in air fryer. Oh, okay. You know, it's only my son and I here too. So oftentimes we're eating simple things like that because time, and sometimes that's just all you want. You don't want a whole big bunch of things. I was thinking about doing something with this. I don't know if I can, but I don't know why my brain's telling me to do that. But let's figure out something else. There's those butterflies. I don't know what to do with them at the moment, but we'll put them on one of those. What else do I want to play with in here? I wanted to play with these, but I don't think I have anything other than this for them. And they're cute, and I could do that. But what else do we have to play with? I have several more pockets over here. Let's look at these pockets quickly. I think this one's going to be a journal card or a short, stubby, fat tag. Short, stubby, fat tag. But I have these. And because I have 3 journals, I could do multiple with butterflies on them. I don't know that I want to, but I could. That's not terrible. Is there a better option? Possibly this. So pull out your ephemera that kind of goes with your theme, your colors, and just play with it and keep moving through multiple pieces at a time until you find what you like. For me, these two worked better together, but that doesn't mean that's where they're going to go. It just means that's what I'm looking at the moment. I do have this butterfly or this bird, and I was going to stick him on something. What was I going to stick him on? He needs to find something else to go with him. This kind of matches in color. Maybe we could stick him on a tag and do like a little collage on a tag. I mean, those 3 colors work, but what will he go on? I mean, it's a whole lot of layers over top of something that already has layers. I like those 2 down there. I don't want to cover up those. A whole lot of playing going on. This is why I don't do a lot of decorating during my videos, because I get extremely fussy with it. And it takes time. That's just very plain. I love this and I want to use it now that I found it. I've never seen it before in Tim Holtz ephemera. This is a nice way of adding blue to something like that. And here's another larger piece of ephemera. I can't make it work. I don't have enough elements. Don't have enough elements to make that work on there. Yeah. Not quite. Okay, well, that was a whole lot of non-excitement there. I forgot about these 2. And I think I maybe had something on them at one point. I don't know. Okay, well, we're gonna do what I know will work. We're gonna do these. So I'm gonna ink around these little flowers. Chili verde sounds very good. And you make that with pork? Is that how you make yours? As I know it can be made with many things, chicken, whatever. Green chili stew. I see. Instant Pot is your favorite? I don't have an Instant Pot. I know they're very popular. Getting some of the white out of the center of the flower since I'm not gonna get my marker. So this will go on here. Do we want anything with it, or are we just slapping that on there? This label is just too big. This one is too blue. I had some other little labels. Where did I put them? More blue labels. Aha. No. No. Right here. A label. It's a simple little tag, but it will work. We're doing it. Not cooking sounds the best to me right now, but tomorrow or Sunday I will cook. Or Sunday. Tomorrow or Sunday. I have this big pile of stuff falling off the desk. I have other fussy cuts I can cut out too, but I won't cut them unless I think we're definitely going to use them. What time is it? 8 o'clock? I got a little bit more time to get these done. It's 8 o'clock my time, which means it is 10 o'clock some of your time. So this is that skinny little offcut. I'm going to try to not cut this or not put a hole reinforcer in this. I might have to if it really just lacks decoration, but I'm going to try to get away without a hole reinforcer. I hate 18-year-old cook for you, and what did you have from an 18-year-old? Am I missing part of that conversation? Pot roast, is that what you had? I forget now. Oh, you had stew or pot, I don't know, something. That's okay. I am just going to center it. I wasn't going to, but I am just going to center it. Okay, it needs to be cut into a tag shape. It needs to be inked around. Ooh, I found a part of my ink dauber that had a lot of ink on it. Okay, so that's simple. It's just a small little tag. We're going to move on. These. Or I can go back to these. Let's go back to these for a moment. I'm going to use this butterfly. I know I'm going to use him. And I don't know if I want anything back there. I think I just like him the way he is. I don't usually just glue something to a pocket, but let me see what this looks like. Good night, Susan. Thanks so much for joining. I'll be here on Tuesday, and I will have something. I don't know what, but something. Yeah, it doesn't add anything to it. I will use it somewhere else. We need something for back behind here. I can just put a little collage book page to calm down the background, but I really like it. I don't know why these are in my ephemera, but I just don't want to put doily back there. It takes too much away from it. So I'm going to stick him on there just the way he is. I think we could add like a little ticket or something, but it doesn't really do anything either. Staying with all blue is definitely challenging without adding in pinks or greens or anything like that. There's this little bird and he just keeps floating around here. Nope, the butterfly's just gonna go on there. I could add lace or something, but I don't want to cover up what we have with the butterfly. So he's getting glued on. And I'm going to call that one good. You have Florentine paper back there. I mean, it has a lot of color and texture. There's movement because it's a floral pattern Florentine. We're just going to call it good. Let's center him. We'll add a little label, but the label has to be a very specific little label. And I don't have one that will work for this project in front of me unless I do something like this, where I do like a little Tim Holtz one. I don't know that that's what I want, but digging. Aha. These little guys will work. Let's cut it into a pocket shape. Punch it, whatever. And then let's ink it and let's see how we feel about it then. There's always ways of making it work, right? I think inking helps me see this one better, and I like that. Okay, glad we stuck him on there, but what else can we stick? We have to stick something else. I never just stick one thing. This is kind of the right color, but I don't like it. The right color, but I don't like it. There's that one. See, whatever I stick on there, it just instantly gets gobbled up by that Florentine paper. So for now, I'm going to call that one good. I'm sure at some point when I'm using it, something will come to mind to stick there. I mean, I have more stuff, but I'm just going to do it. At this point, it's enough blue that it stands out from the Florentine paper. So we're just going to do it. And then I can get the stamp off my desk, so that works. So let's see, I've already filmed through Monday, which means I can focus on packing and shipping. I have packing and shipping that has to be done in Etsy. I have packing and shipping that has to be done for live sales. I have invoicing to do for live sales. I have my son's birthday is coming up in February. I have to find him something to shop for him. There's how that one came out. I do like it. So let's do a few more of these. I'm going to use these butterflies. I think that's the next thing I'm going to use. And I don't know about putting them on there. I think I liked them better on here. If I put them on there, I need a big label. I had a big label out. I'm not going to do that, but it's tempting. Here's a card. It's too beige, too much beige, and too dark. Mm-mm. What else do we have? No, that one was close. I think I might put him back on here just because of the label situation. We could have like a little cluster going across the bottom down here. Maybe this one goes and then that one goes. It's hard to hold things and look at them and make them be on camera. So we could do a little cluster of tickets. Obviously that blue one would get cut off. So if I can't find the right size label, I layer up a bunch of little things to be the right size. And then I think if we added like a stamp up there, which I know I said I wasn't going to use a stamp on all of them, I could make that one work. I don't know that it is my favorite. Hold on to that one for a moment. But what if we added like this guy up here? It's going to be a tag though, so that would have to get torn down. I'm going to ink it. What does Gail say? Ink and think. I'm going to ink. I don't know if I'm going to think, but I'm going to ink. I'm too hungry to think, I think. Does that make sense to you? Too hungry to think, I think. We know we're cutting off part of this little ticket. My stomach just growled. It is hungry. It knows. It's like 8:30. Soon, very soon. I have to figure out what we're going to eat first. Tuck a label behind the butterflies. I just don't think I have the right label. Like, so you're saying like, I know this is a large like card, but I just don't think I have the right label is the problem. If I had the right label, I'd be happier. But this one has too big of a bold border. Even if I kind of only cut half of it on there, like only get half of the label coming on, it's just not going to work for me. I mean, that's kind of like better, but no. I don't have what I need for that one, but I can make it work with this. So I think that's what we're going to do. Worst case scenario, we lose one of the neutral tags that we have. It's not a big deal. So let's go ahead and glue the butterflies on first. Then I'm going to cut it into a tag shape and ink around the tag so that I can see exactly what else we need to do. And it's cardstock, so I did kind of add a little bit extra glue. I could have made this a little pocket. These larger pieces of ephemera like this, I'm going to move it up a little bit. You can actually make little pockets, and I know most of you know that, but you could add this on and glue around 3 sides of it, and it could have been a little pocket right there for something to slide in. And that might have been cute too. Let me get this inked and cut, and then we'll see what else is laying here on the desk. I see a couple other things we started. I'm going to make it a bigger angle tag. I think I'll be happier. Okay, better, much better. I would have liked it a little straighter, but that's what we got with art glitter. So we're going to leave it. And I think we're going to layer, not upside down, but I think we're going to layer some of these here. I'll cut this off so it won't go all the way over. I have 2, so if I ruin this, it's okay. I'm going to cut it right here. Let's see. Kind of making like a little collage down there, and I almost could have kept the postage stamp down here at the bottom, but I think it needs something up here to balance it. So that's what I'm going to end up doing. Let's get these tickets on. This one is such flimsy paper, I'm going to have to glue stick it. Sticky, very sticky. Okay. I am in Arizona. Yep, that's where I am. Okay. Now we have this, and truthfully, I think I can do, I don't know what yet, but some other kind of little thing here. I think it needs one more element down here across here for a collage. We'll find the right one here in a minute, but let's get the stamp on. I am liking using these stamps that are already on paper. I am finding that I need to tear around them a little bit to make them work, but I like it. I hate to lose any of the old paper or the old cancels. Nothing beats an old stamp. Even the stamps of stamps, if you know what I mean, like the rubber stamps of old stamps, they're nice, but they just do not beat an old stamp. They just don't. So it's coming together. I had a smaller element that didn't quite fit on the tag, but if you layer up enough things, we can make it work. Now I'm going to find that little third piece for down here at the bottom of the cluster. Oh, thank you, Lindy. Appreciate that. Let's see about these little labels. I have a million of them. Maybe it needs this gigantic label right there. That's not terrible. I mean, straight, of course, but that's not terrible. This one is a little more Tim Holtzy industrial. I'm trying to think about this because you know how sometimes they would measure the specimens? I think the number is better, but here's a different typed number. Okay, I have several options now. Oh, I didn't actually hate that one. Okay, too many options. I could look at them for days. Let me get these put back in the little, you know what I'm working out of is our little cluster box. It has been a great little embellishment box for this room. So our options are A. A is the large number. B is this one. A or B. Type in your preference, A or B. I don't like C. A or B. A or B. A or B. It is A or it is B. I already know which one I like better. I will hold it up closer so you guys can see because the color tone matters. Hang on just one second while I refix the, it needs autofocus refixed. Hang on a second. There we go. So it's B is this one. And if you cannot tell, I'm kind of leaning towards that one. B. I'll hold it down so you can see the whole thing. B. A. Every time I ask this, I usually go with the opposite of the ones you guys say. Not deliberate. It's not deliberate. It just happens that way. This one is a little greeny color. It's like competing with the blue and the brown. It's kind of a little greeny color. So I'm going to go with this one. I like it better. A. You guys are very funny. And it's not deliberate. I swear, I do not have like oppositional personality, but I'm just saying it just never fails. If I ask, I already know which one I'm going to use more than likely, more times than not. And so I asked to see what you guys think, because, you know, things look different on different monitors and cameras and all of that kind of stuff. I am glad we did this here, though. This little third element made all of that work better for me. So that's where we're at with that one. Got a little glue seepage. But I think it came out really cute. And if I add a hole reinforcer, this is going to be a beautiful tag. It's probably going to be my favorite tag. So anyway, we did that one. Let's see what else is laying here that we can finish quick. It does help me kind of decide. And plus it's good for me to, you know what you guys think too. I don't know. These, I think I will probably do more of like Fashion Lady on, just because they're really nice big tags. And I don't have anything else tall. But we have all of these pieces over here that are still undecorated. I started working with this little guy here, but this is another tall tag. Corners of tags. And all of this was pockets. These were tags. Tags and tags. So I have 5 pockets, 6, 7 pockets, 8 pockets left. Pockets or journal cards. The point is I have a lot left. And we've been making for a long time, and we have quite a pile of finished ephemera over there. So, barring anything else hiding on my desk, we're going to be working with this. That's a tag. And that's a tag. I think this is a journal card or a tag. I'm going to put it in the tag pile. Although I can't. He has to find a home. I don't know why he has to find a home, but he does have to find a home. See that orangey warm color in his breast? I need to find something that is a little more like that color combination to put him on, to put him with. I try to make something cute with this, but I can't. I hardly ever can use those things. Every single time I pull it out and I'm like, I'm going to find something. No, I'm not. What if I just stick this on here and stick my bird on here? No. Birdie, I don't think you're going to find a home tonight. And I don't think I'm going to find a use for that one. This is the closest one that I have so far to nearing completion. I think it's a lot of blue. I think it's a lot of blue. And this has like a reddish pink number down here. So I kind of like it, but it needs more pink to me. There is this card here that has a little bit more pink in the ledger. That would work. It's not my favorite, but it would work. What about this ticket instead of that ticket? I keep trying to make that combination work too. I don't feel yay or nay about any of the rest of this. I just don't. I need more flowers. I'm going to have to go in the other room and grab more flowers. Unless, I have these. I forgot about these. Let's play with these. I forgot about these. I have the digital of these. This digital will go into Etsy. I'm not planning on doing prints of it, but I can do prints of it, I guess. I just didn't plan on it. But there is a scan of my Pretty Women digital scan of my Pretty Women cabinet cards. So these are great for using on tags. Because they're the skinny, taller shape, they work really nice just to decorate journal cards, tags, whatever. But we have that. might be the best cover up of this one. I really liked her on here though, because she's a little bit wider and you can see a little more around, but this is just such an easy thing to do. And these cards, the scans of these tag things, they make a great journal toppers. You could use a collaged card like this, add one of these to it, maybe a little lace behind it or underneath of it, and you have a journal topper. So anyway, these I'll try to get them in there for Tuesday, in the Etsy store for Tuesday. There's a lot more of them. I've been playing with them and using them, so I don't have all of them in front of me. But she's cute. The lady standing in her dress there. Maybe we should stick her, even though she has a pink border. Maybe she should go on this one. I have to cut her out and see. But at least we could use one of these. This is just the straight scan. I do take my straight scans into Photoshop and I run them through 3 other programs before they get done being a digital. But these ones here are just straight scans. And in order to get such a good high quality straight scan, you have to have a really good original antique image to use. And not all cabinet cards and photographs and stuff are created equal. And sometimes when you go to scan them, they give off like weird glows or things like that, and they become kind of hard to use. So that's a really pretty journal card. It's a little more pink and pastel than what I normally would like, but I like if we use this, we get to keep this 1874 or 6 or whatever up there. It's kind of sweet and it's kind of like giving off pastel Easter vibes at the same time. It's cute. It might work. I don't know. It's very pastel-y to me. You know what it is? And I have figured it out and I've just not been willing to admit it. I regret using this pattern of paper in here. It's a little green and it just needs a different tone of other ephemera to go with it. Like this card is a little green and it would work on there. This person reminds me of someone that a lot of us will know, and I'm not going to say her name, but it reminds me of someone a lot of us will know. And I'm not going to use this in my journal. So she has to go away over there. This lady is very pretty though. Her hair, look at her hair. Like it's all the way curled down here with such a tight little curl. Anyway, there's the ladies. I might use that one. I do like this little girl too. A nice little young lady. So if we put her on there, let's ink around her and see what she looks like. Night, Misty. Overthinking, Zoe? We really are, because I don't have anything else that I really am excited to play with these. And so I'm just trying to get a couple more done, and then I'm going to call it a night. But we're going to use this lady. Sometimes this is what happens when we've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and it's after I filmed 3 other videos. So we're going to do her on there. I like it. I'm going to ink around this. This is just going to be a journaling card. I do a lot of tags and a lot of pockets. I don't usually do as many journaling cards as I do tags. And some people ask, and so I'm just going to say a lot of you guys will understand this, but some people ask, what's the difference between a tag and a journaling card? And the only answer I have ever came up with is shape. A tag and a journaling card are essentially the exact same thing. A journaling card is more of like a card shape, like square, rectangle, whatever. And a tag is just cut into a tag shape. I don't think they're any different than that. Now, there are journaling cards that are double journaling cards that open, and there are tags that also open. So I don't think the fact of whether or not it opens or closes, do I want it this way? I do want it that way. I don't think whether or not it opens or closes is the defining point of it. But I do think these are laser printed, so glue is fine on them. But I do think journaling cards are just rectangles and tags are just tags. I love how we got this lovely strip of handwriting going down the side down here. This is going to be super cute. Now it does need a little something here, and I'm sure I have something. September the 15th. Why not? September the 15th it is. Maybe she was born September the 15th. Maybe that's her birthday. I just prefer to make tags. I think they're a little more fun, I guess, to make than journaling cards. You will be able to, so these ladies, the cabinet card ones, will be in Etsy on Tuesday. The other digital, I will tell you on Tuesday where I'm putting it, and it's because it is more than 5 pages, and that requires an extra step. So I have not decided if the larger digitals will be going into Etsy or if they will be going into a third-party service such as like Ko-fi or whatever, coffee, whatever you want to call that thing. I haven't decided yet, but by Tuesday I will tell you. The smaller digitals that are 5 pages or less will always go to Etsy. I may end up putting them all in Etsy, going through a download service. I just need to figure out that final little step. So sometime when I'm not sleeping this weekend, I'll figure it out. There's that. She could have something up here, and in the end, I may end up putting like a little lace flower, little crochet piece, a little bit of tatting would be cute up there. But for now, it's just a cute, simple little journaling card. Let's roll through. I don't think I'm going to put her on there. Just she's too pink. The border of the card is too pink for me. I love the card. I just don't think it's right for this thing. So let's go through what we did do. First of all, after making all of that ephemera, we still have, let me move all of this over here. We still have a huge pile, and we made a lot. We still have a huge pile of things to decorate later. And I know I was going to get out the fashion magazine, and if you guys want to stay, we will do it. I was going to get out the French fashion magazine and cut out some ladies and put them on these tall tags. I might find some little children or something for some of these smaller pieces. But what we did actually get fully done and decorated are these. We did that one. We did that one. We did that pocket. We did that little tag. We did this pocket. We did that tag. We did that pocket. And we did that pocket. Oh, you can't see those. We did those pockets. That's what we did. And we made all the masterboards and the bases. I'm sorry, I haven't figured out that part yet, which honestly, that is the only hang up for bringing the digitals to you that I use all of the time. Those digitals I'm not doing an extra project with. Most of my other ones I am doing an extra project with. The simple digitals that I use all the time, like the wallpapers and things like that, I will definitely bring in a digital form very soon. I just need to figure out how the files are going to transfer because they're all more than 5 pages. Small digitals like cabinet card scans, French postcard scans, things like that. Those are generally, I can fit a lot of smaller elements onto 5 pages. So in the end, you get 25, 40, whatever it is, images to use. And I feel like that's enough. I don't feel like you need 10 pages of cabinet cards because most of us are going to use our favorites anyway. So I am working that out. I just need a little bit more time to do it. Like I said, if I could just take off a whole, 3 months or so, I could get all my work done. Anyway, your game for staying and doing French fashion, ladies? Let's do them. I want to do them. I know, Sandra, I'm so sorry. I don't have an exact answer. I'm not trying to be catty about it. I literally just don't know if I want to do Etsy and a file transfer service, or if I just want to do like Ko-fi and then it's the file transfer service, but it's a separate whole place. I'm honestly torn about 50-50 between the two. I know there is a third option, which I haven't talked about because I am being catty about that one, because I'm also thinking about that, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to announce that until like it's there. But the other two, those can happen before Tuesday. Okay, sorry. All right, let me grab the French fashion magazine and let's do it. Nobody's like, my son has not come in here to tell me, Mom, I'm hungry yet. So we've got 4 pockets and 4 things to put in pockets. We actually could make like little combinations. Cool. Okay. I will have to rubber band these and put them together so that they flatten out. Let's get the French Fashion Lady magazine. Um, 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 um. I have these 2, and I will preview one other thing. I know it is early for you in California. I love it. I'm so happy that, you know, it's only 8:30 or 8:45 here instead of being like midnight. I have so much more work to do before I can actually go to bed today. These are the French fashion magazines. I usually cut out the ladies out of the originals. I do sell these. They will be coming in either the next live sale on Tuesday, more than likely on Tuesday, if not that one the week after. I have to pull down the books and pull out the magazines because they're bound. So these are coming. They're beautiful Victorian original fashion magazines from France. These are one of the digitals that is also coming. So if you hang tight, I have lots of pretty things for you guys. I wanted to use those in the journal. See the tones of them? The tones of them, even though they have color, it is so muted. I think I can get away. Plus, she has a blue dress. She has blue. He has blue. She's got blue. I think I can get away with it. One of those may be making an appearance on the front cover. I haven't decided yet. Anyway, I'm going to just keep that right there. I'm going to try anyway. We need to get our tags so we know what size, and we need to look for an image. Like these ones are really, really big. Like she doesn't fit on there. She would fit on there, but not all of her dress. I could probably fit this one on, but I would have to get creative cutting around where their dresses overlap. Let's see what else we have. This one has a lot of them on the sides. And see why I kept these 2 to use? It's because this one has all of this here. It's torn. This one has all of this grunginess here. And I'm pretty sure it's been taped back together and torn here. So I keep ones that are damaged, and then I cut the images out of them and use them. So we have this one. Again, these ladies are very large. They would fit, though. She would fit perfectly. So we have options. I know we're going to put one on this because this is exactly what I saved this one for. So there's one. This is too skinny. I mean, she'd fit, but it'd be a very skinny, tight tag. Let's see what else we've got in here. And what I would be cutting into on the back, I would be cutting into that beautiful embroidery pattern, needlepoint pattern, whatever this says. What does it say it is? I don't know what it says it is. I don't know. Needlepoint? I'm not very familiar with needlepoint. Embroidery, crochet, knitting, needlepoint, it always throws me. We have these children, and you know that I love to use these children. So there's the boy and the girl. These ones are very dark in color, but they will fit. So let's use one of these ladies. Okay. We're not losing anything anywhere. We're not going to cut into anything that I care about. So let's cut these ladies out and not dilly-dally. Now, she's right on the fold. And see, this is another reason why I kept this one. It's because it's put together with paper tape. It's got tape in here in the fold in the seam. So we might have to do a little repair on her. No, she's all right. Okay. Nobody cry. It's all right if we cut these up. You will have to scan yours when you get them at home so that you can preserve yours so you can use it over and over and over again. So I'm going to use this one. And I think I want the one from the front. This one here also has that tape on it. So we're going to have two large, I have to fussy cut that. We'll have two large lady tags. I know that I'm going to need several more. So for now, there's those. Yay! See, if you scan it, then you know that it's okay to cut up the original because you have the scan. And, you know, those of you who've been with me a little while, you know that I scanned some and I then printed them out with the laser printer and used the Tim Holtz watercolor pencils and watercolored their garments so that I could color in their dresses and laces and whatever, you know. And so that was kind of fun. We'll do that again. These cut out so beautifully, though. She has her little foot poking out of her skirt. So what these magazines are is these are original French fashion magazines, kind of like, you know, in our day, or at least in my day, they probably don't anymore even have these, but they had like Vogue magazine, where you could look at the magazine and see what was in fashion, mostly when I was young, but I didn't really look at it when I was old. But yeah, it's like a fashion magazine where women would subscribe to this magazine. It was mailed out to them, or they could pick it up at the newsstand or wherever they had those. And it was just depicting the fashions of the day. And a lot of the places where, you know, these fashions were shown, then they had a pattern number attached to them. And if you wanted to, you could buy the pattern and make these outfits yourself, like sew them yourself. Other places you could take the fashion magazine to like a dress place, a dressmaker's place, and they would make you the outfit. And you could go in there and pick out your fabrics and your laces and your trims and stuff, you know? So they did different things, but I think mostly these magazines were used by women who would make their own clothes. And I can't believe that they sewed so well back then with the machinery and hand sewing that they did. Such intricate, and the fabrics were not like today. Like they were probably very hard to sew. Such intricate outfits and stuff. Detailed. Not to mention all of the undergarments that you would need to wear. The Vogue magazine? Yeah. I don't know where her feet are in this one. I don't want to cut off her little boot here. Now she's got her arm on this chair, and that's going to be a little challenging to make her look right on a tag. I didn't pay attention to that when I selected her. but we will do our best. The ones that have poses, sometimes it looks weird when you take away like the thing that they're leaning on. I think she's going to be okay, but you know, the Tim Holtz paper dolls, the poses are my least favorite because you always got to find something for them to look right on, something for them to rest their arm on, etc. They're my least favorite. I like the ones that are just standing. It's a nice portrait. Got too much paper here. So we'll get these cut out. We'll get them put on. I will need some labels or flowers or something. Maybe I'll do like a little fabric swatch. Ever since I did the fabric swatches on the tags, they've been driving my mind crazy. And then in the Facebook group yesterday, I believe, Cindy posted her beautiful journal page of fabric swatches. And I was like, I'm now going to have to do a fabric swatch page in every journal I make because I am in love with it. Yep. And it was just such a simple little like making fabric swatches. It was so good. It was a little 365 video I did after a craft with me. And it was great. I loved the little fabric swatch tag. But the journal page was like, ooh, I can make my own little fashion sample catalog. So she's going to go right on there. I love her. And then I had this one for this one, unless I swap them, because she kind of blends in there. Swapping is good. Swapping will work. Now, I really liked her way of making the little fabric swatches into or on a journal page. I thought that was super cute because one of these days I'm going to show you my French fashion sample books. Like I have the lace sample books and a lot of you guys have seen those, but I have new ones that I've never shared with you guys. And a lot of them are just fabric and trim samples and they're just glued in a book like that. And they look pretty much exactly like what she did on that page. And I was like, yes, this is a way of getting the French fashion fabrics into a journal in very small and delicate little amounts. Okay, we're going to glue these on. Now, when you use your originals, you have to be careful gluing them. They're on 138-year-old paper. They are printed on newsprint kind of paper. The paper is thin and you will need to be careful, but it is not a problem as long as you go slow and take that into consideration. It's not like gluing on a modern paper. And so she is going to have to be scooched down all the way and over. And there's that one. And I just stuck her on with glue stick. Oh, and that's what happens. I got her all the way glued on and then tried to move her up a little bit and pulled her head off. She's okay. She's going to survive. I have a mess, but she's going to survive. Be careful, be careful, be careful. And then let me just yank her head right off, right on camera. Okay. We've done it. We fixed it. It's all good. And I'm going to take this opportunity to get some glue off my fingers. Okay. Next, this lady. We can just use this side. Okay. So now we've got these two done. Awesome. I like how the music is up near her head. She needs to scooch up a little bit. A little bit more. Don't rip your head off. He's barely fit on here. So let's do these into tag shape. And then we will ink around them. So we can see what they really look like. Exactly. That's exactly what I should have did. But instead I ripped her head. It would not be the first time because you guys have seen me do it with these exact things before. I should have learned my lesson the first time, but it's one of those things where you just do it. You just do it. All right. So there's those two. I love them. They came out gorgeous. Luckily, she is wearing a necklace. I mean, unfortunately, she ripped at her mouth level, not her neck level, but she's okay. She's all right. She just looks like she's got a little bit of a ripple right there. She's okay. She will survive, and somebody will journal on the back. Now, I didn't ink around the backs of them because I didn't want to take our time today to do it, but I will ink around the backs of them before they go in the journals. So now we have 3 large, 1 medium, 4 pockets still, and a journal card and a small tag. So we did quite a bit. I mean, I'm going to use those little children that I showed you guys, and I'm going to stick them on a tag also. Honestly, Kendall, this one was one of my favorites. It's so simple, but I just love it. And the only reason why this works is because we have that collage masterboard back there. And it's just the perfect little combination of pieces to make these two little things look good on there. And I really am happy with my butterfly one too. And I will be happier with these once I get a label or some other element. Sometimes all these need is just lace sewn, like a little lace tab sewn at the top of them. And I probably will end up doing that because there's not room, obviously, for a whole reinforcer or anything like that. So I could just sew a little bit of lace as a little lace tab back there. When you get super gluey like this and you try to rub your lady's head, your finger will stick to her head and rip her head off. Anyway, we did it. I think we're done. After I ripped her head off, I think we're done. I have to laugh at that. That was pretty funny. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. I don't know what I'm going to go get or make or do for dinner, but now it is 9 here. And we made a pile of ephemera, and we have a pile of unfinished ephemera. We have all of this. Like, look. Made, unmade. Like, there's a whole lot from 3 masterboards. I mean, that's a good 4-hour journal session. That's good. It's not all decorated, but it's good. Go have some food. Yeah, I think I am getting a little bit slap happy. To find my mouse and move my monitor and my camera so I could say goodnight to you guys and hope that you guys all have a great weekend. I don't know what I'm going to use for a mouse pad, but I'll make it work. Where's my cameras? There's my cameras. Right there. Yeah, me rubbing my face. It's just one of those days. Just one of those days. Anyway. Oh my gosh. So I'm going to get busy with packing and shipping and invoicing, and I hope that you guys have a fabulous weekend. Do something fun, get some crafty time in. Like I said, the videos are already there, so they'll be airing at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's 4 o'clock my time. They'll be airing at 4 o'clock, which 6 o'clock on the Eastern time zone, people. Good night. Oh my gosh. So you guys have fun. Hopefully get some crafting in. I would love to sit here and craft some more, but I got to get my work done, my other work done. and my digital's done and figure all of that. Whole lot of things before Tuesday. Tuesday rolls around pretty fast. Yes, it does. It's Kate. I am Kate. Yep, Kate from Inked Paper Art. Thank you, Sandy. Good night, all. Have a good weekend. Thanks for crafting with me. For those of you that crafted, for those of you that hung out with me, thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. And I don't know. I guess that's about it. If you have any questions, reach out to me. I'll try to get to them. Just know that I will be buried in packing, shipping, and invoicing for the next 4 days straight. So if you don't get an answer right away, just hang tight. Know I will be here Tuesday, and we can talk about any questions that are left over on Tuesday too. Bon appetit. Got to figure it out first. Sometimes it's just indecision, right? Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know the decorating bit gets long, and it's just, I either have to plan ahead and pull all the decorations and cheat, or you guys get to see the actual real process. The actual real process is me taking just as much time or longer figuring out each little piece of ephemera. If I mass make it, it's much easier. It goes faster, but I could cheat. I just don't. By cheating, I mean, like, you know how some people do a video, but they've already planned out every little, here's the flower I'm going to use, here's the label I'm going to use, here's where it's going to go. I'm not saying it's bad to do that. It's good to do that, but I just can't get to that point where I have it all planned out that way. I'm too busy, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, thanks so much, guys. Have a great weekend. I'm going to say goodbye now, and I will see you guys Tuesday. Bye.